Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 2 of Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2, The Intestine of the Leviathan. Chapter 1, The Land Impoverished by the Sea. Paris casts 25 millions yearly into the water, and this without metaphor. How and in what manner? Day and night. With what object? With no object. With what intention? With no intention. Why? For no reason. By means of what organ? By means of its intestine. What is its intestine? The sewer. 25 millions is the most moderate approximative figure which the valuations of special science have set upon it. Science, after having long groped about, now knows that the most fecundating and the most efficacious of fertilizers is human manure. The Chinese, let us confess it to our shame, knew it before us. Not a Chinese peasant, it is Eckbert who says this, goes to town without bringing back with him, at the two extremities of his bamboo pole, 2 full buckets of what we designate as filth. Thanks to human dung, the earth in China is still as young as in the days of Abraham. Chinese wheat yields 100-fold of the seed. There is no guano comparable in fertility with the detritus of a capital. A great city is the most mighty of dung makers. Certain success would attend the experiment of employing the city to manure the plain. If our gold is manure, our manure, on the other hand, is gold. What is done with this golden manure? It is swept into the abyss. Fleets of vessels are dispatched at great expense to collect the dung of petrels and penguins at the South Pole. And the incalculable element of opulence which we have on hand, we send to the sea. All the human and animal manure which the world wastes, restored to the land, instead of being cast into the water, would suffice to nourish the world. Those heaps of filth at the gateposts, those tumbrils of mud which jolt through the street by night, those terrible casks of the street department, those fetid drippings of subterranean mire which the pavements hide from you, do you know what they are? They are the meadow in flower, the green grass, wild thyme, thyme and sage. They are game, they are cattle, they are the satisfied bellows of great oxen in the evening. They are perfumed hay, they are golden wheat, they are the bread on your table, they are the warm blood in your veins. They are health, they are joy, they are life. This is the will of that mysterious creation which is transformation on earth and transfiguration in heaven. Restore this to the great crucible, your abundance will flow forth from it. The nutrition of the plains furnishes the nourishment of men. You have it in your power to lose this wealth, and to consider me ridiculous to boot. This will form the masterpiece of your ignorance. Statisticians have calculated that France alone makes a deposit of 500 milliards every year in the Atlantic through the mouths of her rivers. Note this, with 500 millions we could pay 1/4 of the expenses of our budget. The cleverness of man is such that he prefers to get rid of these 500 millions in the gutter. It is the very substance of the people that is carried off, here drop by drop, there wave after wave, the wretched outpour of our sewers into the rivers, and the gigantic collection of our rivers into the ocean. Every hiccup of our sewers costs us 1,000 francs. From this spring 2 results, the land impoverished and the water tainted. hunger arising from the furrow, and disease from the stream. It is notorious, for example, that at the present hour the Thames is poisoning London. So far as Paris is concerned, it has become indispensable of late to transport the mouths of the sewers downstream below the last bridge. A double tubular apparatus provided with valves and sluices, sucking up and driving back a system of elementary drainage, simple as the lungs of a man, and which is already in full working order in many communities in England, would suffice to conduct the pure water of the fields into our cities, and to send back to the fields the rich water of the cities, and this easy exchange, the simplest in the world, would retain among us the 500 millions now thrown away. People are thinking of other things. The process actually in use does evil with the intention of doing good. The intention is good, the result is melancholy. Thinking to purge the city, the population is blanched like plants raised in cellars. A sewer is a mistake. When drainage everywhere, with its double function, restoring what it takes, shall have replaced the sewer, which is a simple impoverishing washing, then, this being combined with the data of a now social economy, the product of the earth will be increased tenfold, and the problem of misery will be singularly lightened. Add the suppression of parasitism, and it will be solved. In the meanwhile, the public wealth flows away to the river, and leakage takes place. Leakage is the word. Europe is being ruined in this manner by exhaustion. As for France, we have just cited its figures. Now, Paris contains 1/25 of the total population of France, and Parisian guano being the richest of all, we understate the truth when we value the loss on the part of Paris at 25 millions in the half milliard which France annually rejects. Those 25 millions employed in assistance and enjoyment would double the splendor of Paris. The city spends them in sewers. So that we may say that Paris's great prodigality, its wonderful festival, its Beaujon folly, its orgy, its stream of gold from full hands, its pomp, its luxury, its magnificence, is its sewer system. It is in this manner that, in the blindness of a poor political economy, we drown and allow to float downstream and to be lost in the gulfs the well-being of all. There should be nets at St. Cloud for the public fortune. Economically considered, the matter can be summed up thus. Paris is a spendthrift. Paris, that model city, that patron of well-arranged capitals, of which every nation strives to possess a copy, that metropolis of the ideal, that august country of the initiative, of impulse, and of effort, that center and that dwelling of minds, that nation city, that hive of the future, that marvelous combination of Babylon and Corinth, would make a peasant of the Phocian shrug his shoulders from the point of view which we have just indicated. Imitate Paris, and you will ruin yourselves. Moreover, and particularly in this immemorial and senseless waste, Paris is itself an imitator. These surprising exhibitions of stupidity are not novel. This is no young folly. The ancients did like the moderns. The sewers of Rome, says Liebig, have absorbed all the well-being of the Roman peasant. When the Campagna of Rome was ruined by the Roman sewer, Rome exhausted Italy, and when she had put Italy in her sewer, she poured in Sicily, then Sardinia, then Africa. The sewer of Rome has engulfed the world. This cesspool offered its engulfment to the city and the universe. Urbi et orbi, eternal city, unfathomable sewer. Rome sets the example for these things as well as for others. Paris follows this example with all the stupidity peculiar to intelligent towns. For the requirements of the operation upon the subject of which we have just explained our views, Paris has beneath it another Paris, a Paris of sewers, which has its streets, its crossroads, its squares, its blind alleys, its arteries, and its circulation, which is of mire and minus the human form. For nothing must be flattered, not even a great people. Where there is everything, there is also ignominy by the side of sublimity. And if Paris contains Athens, the city of light, Tyre, the city of might, Sparta, the city of virtue, Nineveh, the city of marvels, it also contains Lutetia, the city of mud. However, the stamp of its power is there also, and the titanic think of Paris realizes, among monuments, that strange ideal realized in humanity by some men like Machiavelli, Bacon, and Mirabeau, grandiose vileness. The subsoil of Paris, if the eye could penetrate its surface, would present the aspect of a colossal madrepore. A sponge has no more partitions and ducts than the mound of earth for a circuit of 6 leagues round about, on which rests the great and ancient city. Not to mention its catacombs, which are a separate cellar, not to mention the inextricable trellis work of gas pipes, without reckoning the vast tubular system for the distribution of fresh water which ends in the pillar fountains. The sewers alone form a tremendous shadowy network under the 2 banks, a labyrinth which has its slope for its guiding thread. There appears, in the humid mist, the rat, which seems the product to which Paris has given birth. Chapter 2. Ancient History of the Sewer. Let the reader imagine Paris lifted off like a cover. The subterranean network of sewers, from a bird's-eye view, will outline on the banks a species of large branch grafted on the river. On the right bank, the belt sewer will form the trunk of this branch. The secondary ducts will form the branches, and those without exit, the twigs. This figure is but a summary one, and half exact. The right angle, which is the customary angle of this species of subterranean ramifications, being very rare in vegetation. A more accurate image of this strange geometrical plan can be formed by supposing that one is viewing some eccentric Oriental alphabet, as intricate as a thicket, against a background of shadows, and the misshapen letters should be welded one to another in apparent confusion, and, as at haphazard, now by their angles, again by their extremities. Sinks and sewers played a great part in the Middle Ages, in the Lower Empire, and in the Orient of old. The masses regarded these beds of decomposition, these monstrous cradles of death, with a fear that was almost religious. The vermin ditch of Benares is no less conducive to giddiness than the lion's ditch of Babylon. Teglath-Phalasar, according to the rabbinical books, swore by the sink of Nineveh. It was from the sewer of Munster that John of Leyden produced his false moon, and it was from the cesspool of Keksheb that Oriental Menalchme, Macanna, the veiled prophet of Khorasan, caused his false sun to emerge. The history of men is reflected in the history of sewers. The Germonii narrated Rome. The sewer of Paris has been an ancient and formidable thing. It has been a sepulchre. It has served as an asylum. Crime, intelligence, social protest, liberty of conscience, thought, theft, all that human laws persecute or have persecuted, is hidden in that hole. The Maillotins in the 14th century, the Tire-Laine of the 15th, the Huguenots in the 16th, Maurens illuminated in the 17th, the chauffeurs, brigands, in the 18th. 100 years ago, the nocturnal blow of the dagger emerged thence. The pickpocket in danger slipped thither. The forest had its cave. Paris had its sewer. Vagrancy, that Gallic Picareria, accepted the sewer as the adjunct of the Cour des Miracles, and at evening it returned thither, fierce and sly, through the Maubuée outlet as into a bedchamber. It was quite natural that those who had the blind alley vide gousset, empty pocket, or the rue coupe-gorge, cut-throat, for the scene of their daily labor, should have for their domicile by night the culvert of the chemin vert, or the catch-basin of Hurepoix. Hence a throng of souvenirs. All sorts of phantoms haunt these long solitary corridors. Everywhere is putrescence and miasma. Here and there are breathing holes, where Villon within converses with Rabelais without. The sewer in ancient Paris is the rendezvous of all exhaustions and of all attempts. Political economy therein spies a detritus. Social philosophy there beholds a residuum. The sewer is the conscience of the city. Everything there converges and confronts everything else. In that livid spot there are shades, but there are no longer any secrets. Each thing bears its true form, or at least its definitive form. The mass of filth has this in its favor, that it is not a liar. Ingenuousness has taken refuge there. The Mask of Basel is to be found there, but one beholds its cardboard and its strings, and the inside as well as the outside, and it is accentuated by honest mud. Scapin's false nose is its next-door neighbor. All the uncleannesses of civilization, once past their use, fall into this trench of truth, where the immense social sliding ends. They are there engulfed, but they display themselves there. This mixture is a confession. There no more false appearances, no plastering over is possible. Filth removes its shirt. Absolute denudation puts to the rout all illusions and mirages. There is nothing more except what really exists, presenting the sinister form of that which is coming to an end. There the bottom of a bottle indicates drunkenness. A basket handle tells a tale of domesticity. There the core of an apple which has entertained literary opinions becomes an apple core once more. The effigy on the big sou becomes frankly covered with verdigris. Caiaphas' spittle meets Falstaff's puking. The louis d'or, which comes from the gaming house, jostles the nail whence hangs the rope's end of the suicide. A livid fetus rolls along, enveloped in the spangles which danced at the opera last Shrove Tuesday. A cap which has pronounced judgment on men wallows beside a mass of rottenness which was formerly Margoton's petticoat. It is more than fraternization, it is equivalent to addressing each other as thou. All which was formerly rouged is washed free. The last veil is torn away. A sewer is a cynic. It tells everything. The sincerity of foulness pleases us and rests the soul. When one has passed one's time in enduring upon earth the spectacle of the great airs, which reasons of state, the oath, political sagacity, human justice, professional probity, the austerities of situation, incorruptible robes, all assume, it solaces one to enter a sewer and to behold the mire which befits it. This is instructive at the same time. We have just said that history passes through the sewer. The Saint Barthélemys filter through there, drop by drop, between the paving stones. Great public assassinations, political and religious butcheries, traverse this underground passage of civilization and thrust their corpses there. For the eye of the thinker, all historic murderers are to be found there, in that hideous penumbra, on their knees, with a scrap of their winding sheet for an apron, dismally sponging out their work. Louis XI is there with Tristan, Francois I with Duprat, Charles IX is there with his mother. Richelieu is there with Louis XIII. Louvois is there. Letellier is there. Hébert and Maillard are there, scratching the stones and trying to make the traces of their actions disappear. Beneath these vaults one hears the brooms of spectres. One there breathes the enormous fetidness of social catastrophes. One beholds reddish reflections in the corners. There flows a terrible stream in which bloody hands have been washed. The social observer should enter these shadows. They form a part of his laboratory. Philosophy is the microscope of the thought. Everything desires to flee from it, but nothing escapes it. Tergiversation is useless. What side of oneself does one display in evasions? The shameful side. Philosophy pursues with its glance, probes the evil, and does not permit it to escape into nothingness. In the obliteration of things which disappear, in the watching of things which vanish, it recognizes all. It reconstructs the purple from the rag, and the woman from the scrap of her dress. From the cesspool it reconstitutes the city. From mud it reconstructs manners. From the potsherd it infers the amphora or the jug. By the imprint of a fingernail on a piece of parchment, it recognizes the difference which separates the Jewry of the Judengasse from the Jewry of the Ghetto. It rediscovers in what remains that which has been. Good, evil, the true, the blood-stain of the palace, the ink-blot of the cavern, the drop of sweat from the brothel, trials undergone, temptations welcomed, orgies cast forth, the turn which characters have taken as they became abased, the trace of prostitution in souls of which their grossness rendered them capable, and on the vesture of the porters of Rome the mark of Messalina's elbowing. End of Book 2, Chapters 1 and 2.
Chapter 3, Chapter 4 of Book 2 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Kelly. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2, The Intestine of the Leviathan. Chapter 3, Bruneseau. The sewer of Paris in the Middle Ages was legendary. In the 16th century, Henry II attempted a bore, which failed. Not 100 years ago, the cesspool, Mercier attests the fact, was abandoned to itself and fared as best it might. Such was this Paris, delivered over to quarrels, to indecision, and to gropings. It was tolerably stupid for a long time. Later on, 89 showed how understanding comes to cities. But in the good old times, the capital had not much head. It did not know how to manage its own affairs, either morally or materially, and could not sweep out filth any better than it could abuses. Everything presented an obstacle. Everything raised a question. The sewer, for example, was refractory to every itinerary. One could no more find one's bearings in the sewer than one could understand one's position in the city. Above the unintelligible, below the inextricable. Beneath the confusion of tongues there reigned the confusion of caverns. Daedalus backed up by Babel. Sometimes the Paris sewer took a notion to overflow, as though this misunderstood Nile was suddenly seized with a fit of rage. There occurred, infamous to relate, inundations of the sewer. At times that stomach of civilization digested badly. The cesspool flowed back into the throat of the city, and Paris got an aftertaste of her own filth. These resemblances of the sewer to remorse had their good points. They were warnings, very badly accepted, however. The city waxed indignant at the audacity of its mire, and did not admit that the filth should return. Drive it out better. The inundation of 1802 is one of the actual memories of Parisians of the age of 80. The mud spread in cross form over the Place de Victoire, where stands the statue of Louis XIV. It entered the Rue Saint-Honore by the 2 mouths to the sewer in the Champs-Élysées, the Rue Saint-Florentin through the Saint-Florentin sewer, the Rue Pierre-à-Poisson through the sewer de la Saunière, the Rue Popincourt through the sewer of the Chemin Vert, the Rue de la Roquette through the sewer de la Lappe. It covered the drain of the Rue des Champs-Élysées to the height of 35 centimeters, and to the south, through the vent of the Seine, performed its functions in inverse sense. It penetrated the Rue Mazarine, the Rue de l'Echaux, and the Rue des Marais, where it stopped at a distance of 109 meters, a few paces distance from the house in which Racine had lived, respecting, in the 17th century, the poet more than the king. It attained its maximum depth in the Rue Saint-Pierre, where it rose to the height of 3 feet above the flagstones of the water-spout, and its maximum length in the Rue Saint-Sabin, where it spread out over a stretch of 238 meters in length. At the beginning of this century, the sewer of Paris was still a mysterious place. Mud can never enjoy a good fame, but in this case its evil renown reached the verge of the terrible. Paris knew in a confused way that she had under her a terrible cavern. People talked of it as of that monstrous bed of Thebes in which swarmed centipedes 15 long feet in length, and which might have served Behemoth for a bathtub. The great boots of the sewermen never ventured further than certain well-known points. We were then very near the epoch when the scavengers' carts, from the summit of which Sainte-Foy fraternized with Marquis de Créqui, discharged their loads directly into the sewer. As for cleaning out, that function was entrusted to the pouring rains, which encumbered rather than swept away. Rome left some poetry to her sewer and called it the Gemonnet. Paris insulted hers and entitled it the Polypus Hole. Science and superstition were in accord, in horror. The Polypus Hole was no less repugnant to hygiene than to legend. The goblin was developed under the fetid covering of the Mouffetard sewer. The corpses of the Marmousets had been cast into the sewer de la Barillerie. Fagon attributed the redoubtable malignant fever of 1685 to the great hiatus of the sewer of the Marais, which remained yawning until 1833 in the Rue Saint-Louis, almost opposite the sign of the Gallant Messenger. The mouth of the sewer of the Rue de la Mortellerie was celebrated for the pestilences which had their source there. With its grating of iron, with points simulating a row of teeth, it was like a dragon's maw in that fatal street, breathing forth hell upon men. The popular imagination seasoned the sombre Parisian sink with some indescribably hideous intermixture of the infinite. The sewer had no bottom. The sewer was the lower world. The idea of exploring these leprous regions did not even occur to the police. To try that unknown thing, to cast the plummet into that shadow, to set out on a voyage of discovery in that abyss, who would have dared? It was alarming. Nevertheless, someone did present himself. The cesspool had its Christopher Columbus. One day in 1805, during one of the rare apparitions which the emperor made in Paris, the minister of the Interior, some de Cré or Crété or other, came to the master's intimate levee. In the carousel there was the audible clanking of swords of all those extraordinary soldiers of the great Republic and of the great Empire. Then Napoleon's door was blocked with heroes, men from the Rhine, from the Escaut, from the Adige, and from the Nile, companions of Joubert, of Desaix, of Marceau, of Hoc, of Kleber, the Aristiers of Fleurus, the Grenadiers of Mayence, the pontoon builders of Genoa, hussars whom the pyramids had looked down upon, artillerists whom Junot's cannon-ball had spattered with mud, cuirassiers who had taken by assault the fleet lying at anchor in the Zuyder Zee. Some had followed Bonaparte from the bridge of Lodi. Others had accompanied Murat in the trenches of Mantua. Others had preceded Lannes in the hollow road of Montebello. The whole army of that day was present there, in the courtyard of the Tuileries, represented by a squadron or a platoon, and guardian Napoleon in repose. And that was the splendid epoch when the Grand Army had Marengo behind it and Austerlitz before it. "Sire," said the Minister of the Interior to Napoleon, "yesterday I saw the most intrepid man in your empire." "What man is that?" said the Emperor brusquely. And what has he done? He wants to do something, sire. What is it? To visit the sewers of Paris. This man existed, and his name was Bruneseau. Chapter 4. Bruneseau. The visit took place. It was a formidable campaign, a nocturnal battle against pestilence and suffocation. It was, at the same time, a voyage of discovery. One of the survivors of this expedition, an intelligent working man, who was very young at the time, related curious details with regard to it several years ago, which Bruneseau thought himself obliged to omit in his report to the prefect of police, as unworthy of official style. The processes of disinfection were, at that epoch, extremely rudimentary. Hardly had Bruneseau crossed the first articulations of that subterranean network when 8 laborers out of the 20 refused to go any further. The operation was complicated. The visit entailed the necessity of cleaning, hence it was necessary to cleanse and at the same time to proceed, to note the entrances of water, to count the gratings and the vents, to lay out in detail the branches, to indicate the currents at the point where they parted, to define the respective bounds of the divers basins, to sound the small sewers grafted on the principal sewer, to measure the height under the keystone of each drain, and the width at the spring of the vaults as well as at the bottom, in order to determine the arrangements with regard to the level of each water entrance, either of the bottom of the arch or on the soil of the street. They advanced with toil. The lanterns pined away in the foul atmosphere. From time to time a fainting sewerman was carried out. At certain points there were precipices. The soil had given away. The pavement had crumbled. The sewer had changed into a bottomless well. They found nothing solid. A man disappeared suddenly. They had great difficulty getting him out again. On the advice of Fourcroy, they lighted large cages filled with tow steeped in resin, from time to time in spots which had been sufficiently disinfected. In some places the wall was covered with misshapen fungi. One would have said tumors. The very stone seemed diseased with this unbreathable atmosphere. Bruneseau, in his exploration, proceeded downhill. At the point of separation of the 2 water conduits of the Grand Hurlieu, he deciphered upon a projecting stone the date of 1550. This stone indicated the limits where Philibert Delorme, charged by Henri II with visiting the subterranean drains of Paris, had halted. The stone was the mark of the 16th century on the sewer. Bruneseau found the handiwork of the 17th century once more in the Ponceau drain of the Rue Vieille du Temple, vaulted between 1600 and 1650, and the handiwork of the 18th in the western section of the collecting canal, walled and vaulted in 1740. These 2 vaults, especially the less ancient, that of 1740, were more cracked and decrepit than the masonry of the belt sewer, which dated from 1412. An epoch when the brook of fresh water of the Ménilmontant was elevated to the dignity of the grand sewer of Paris, an advancement analogous to that of a peasant who had become the first valet de chambre to the king, something like Gros Jean transformed into La Belle. Here and there, particularly beneath the courthouse, they thought they recognized the hollows of ancient dungeons, excavated in the very sewer itself, hideous in pace. An iron neck collar was hanging in one of these cells. They walled them all up. Some of their finds were singular, among others the skeleton of an orangutan who had disappeared from the Jardin des Plantes in 1800, a disappearance probably connected with the famous and indisputable apparition of the devil in the Rue des Bernardins in the last year of the 18th century. The poor devil had ended by drowning himself in the sewer. Beneath this long arched drain, which terminated at the Arche Marion, a perfectly preserved rag-picker's basket excited the admiration of all connoisseurs. Everywhere the mire, which the sewermen came to handle with intrepidity, abounded in precious objects, jewels of gold and silver, precious stones, coins. If a giant had filtered this cesspool, he would have had the riches of centuries in his lair. At the point where the 2 branches of the Rue du Temple and the Rue Sainte-Avoye separate, they picked up a singular Huguenot medal in copper, bearing on one side the pig hooded with a cardinal's hat, and on the other a wolf with a tiara on his head. The most surprising encounter was at the entrance to the grand sewer. This entrance had formerly been closed by a grating of which nothing but the hinges remained. From one of these hinges hung a dirty and shapeless rag, which, arrested there in its passage, no doubt, had floated there in the darkness and finished its process of being torn apart. Bruneseau held his lantern close to this rag and examined it. It was a very fine batiste, and in one of the corners, less frayed than the rest, they made out a heraldic coronet, and embroidered above these 7 letters, LAVBESP. The crown was the coronet of a marquis, and the 7 letters signified Laubespine. They recognized the fact that what they had before their eyes was a morsel of the shroud of Marat. Marat had, in his youth, had amorous intrigues. This was when he was a member of the household of the Comte d'Artois, in the capacity of physician to the stables. From these love affairs, historically proved with a great lady, he had retained this sheet as a waif or a souvenir. At his death, as this was the only linen of any fineness which he had in his house, they buried him in it. Some old woman had shrouded him for the tomb in that swaddling band in which the tragic friend of the people had enjoyed voluptuousness. Bruneseau passed on. They left that rag where it hung. They did not put the finishing touch to it. Did this arise from scorn or from respect? Marat deserved both. And then, destiny was there sufficiently stamped to make them hesitate to touch it. Besides, the things of the sepulchre must be left in the spot where they select. In short, the relic was a strange one. A marquise had slept in it. Marat had rotted in it. It had traversed the Pantheon to the end with the rats of the sewer. This chamber rag, of which Watteau would formerly have joyfully sketched every fold, had ended in becoming worthy of the fixed gaze of Dante. The whole visit to the subterranean stream of filth of Paris lasted 7 years, from 1805 to 1812. As he proceeded, Bruneseau drew, directed, and completed considerable works. In 1808 he lowered the Arch of the Ponceau, and everywhere created new lines. He pushed the sewer. In 1809, under the Rue Saint-Denis, as far as the Fountain of the Innocents. In 1810, under the Rue Foix-Manteau and under the Salpêtrière. In 1811, under the Rue Neuve de Petit Père, under the Rue de Mer, under the Rue de l'Échappe, under the Place Royale. In 1812, under the Rue de la Paix and under the Chaussée d'Antin. At the same time, he had the whole network disinfected and rendered healthful. In the second year of his work, Bruneseau engaged the assistance of his son-in-law, Nargaud. It was thus that, at the beginning of the century, ancient society cleansed its double bottom and performed the toilet of its sewer. There was that much clean, at all events. Tortuous, cracked, unpaved, full of fissures, intersected by gullies, jolted by eccentric elbows, mounting and descending illogically, fetid, wild, fierce, submerged in obscurity, with cicatrices on its pavements and scars on its walls, terrible. Such was, retrospectively viewed, the antique sewer of Paris. Ramifications in every direction, crossings of trenches, branches, goose feet, stars, as in military mines, blind alleys, vaults lined with saltpeter, pestiferous pools, scabby sweats on the walls, drops dripping from the ceilings, darkness. Nothing could equal the horror of this old waste crypt, the digestive apparatus of Babylon. A cavern, ditch, gulf pierced with streets, a titanic mole burrow, where the mind seems to behold the enormous blind mole, the past prowling through the shadows, in the filth which has been splendor. This, we repeat, was the sewer of the past. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Peter Kelly.
Chapters 5 and 6 of Book 2 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 2, The Intestine of the Leviathan. Chapter 5. Present Progress. Today the sewer is clean, cold, straight, correct. It almost realizes the ideal of what is understood in England by the word respectable. It is proper and grayish, laid out by rule and line, one might almost say as though it came out of a bandbox. It resembles a tradesman who has become a councillor of state. One can almost see distinctly there. The mire there comports itself with decency. At first one might readily mistake it for one of those subterranean corridors which were so common in former days, and so useful in flights of monarchs and princes in those good old times when the people loved their kings. The present sewer is a beautiful sewer. The pure style reigns there. The classical rectilinear Alexandrine, which, driven out of poetry, appears to have taken refuge in architecture, seems mingled with all the stones of that long, dark, and whitish vault. Each outlet is an arcade. The Rue de Rivoli serves as pattern even in the sewer. However, if the geometrical line is in place anywhere, it is certainly in the drainage trench of a great city. There everything should be subordinated to the shortest road. The sewer has nowadays assumed a certain official aspect. The very police reports of which it sometimes forms the subject no longer are wanting in respect towards it. The words which characterize it in administrative language are sonorous and dignified. What used to be called a gut is now called a gallery. What used to be called a hole is now called a surveying orifice. Villon would no longer meet with his ancient temporary provisional lodging. This network of cellars has its immemorial population of prowlers, rodents, swarming in greater numbers than ever. From time to time an aged and veteran rat risks his head at the window of the sewer and surveys the Parisians. But even these vermin grow tame, so satisfied are they with their subterranean palace. The cesspool no longer retains anything of its primitive ferocity. The rain, which in former days soiled the sewer, now washes it. Nevertheless, do not trust yourself too much to it. Miasmas still inhabit it. It is more hypocritical than irreproachable. The Prefecture of Police and the Commission of Health have done their best, but, in spite of all the processes of disinfection, it exhales a vague, suspicious odor, like Tartuffe after confession. Let us confess that, taking it all in all, this sweeping is a homage which the sewer pays to civilization, and as, from this point of view, Tartuffe's conscience is a progress over the Augean stables, it is certain that the sewers of Paris have been improved. It is more than progress, it is transmutation. Between the ancient and the present sewer there is a revolution. What has effected this revolution? The man whom all the world forgets, and whom we have mentioned, Bruneseau. Chapter 6. Future Progress. The excavation of the sewer of Paris has been no slight task. The last 10 centuries have toiled at it without being able to bring it to a termination, any more than they have been able to finish Paris. The sewer, in fact, receives all the counter-shocks of the growth of Paris. Within the bosom of the earth, it is a sort of mysterious polyp with 1,000 antennae, which expands below as the city expands above. Every time that the city cuts a street, the sewer stretches out an arm. The old monarchy had constructed only 23,300 meters of sewers. That was where Paris stood in this respect on the 1st of January, 1806. Beginning with this epoch, of which we shall shortly speak, the work was usefully and energetically resumed and prosecuted. Napoleon built, the figures are curious, 4,804 meters. Louis XVIII, 5,709. Charles X, 10,836. Louis Philippe, 89,020. The Republic of 1848, 23,381. The present government, 70,500. In all, at the present time, 226,610 meters, 60 leagues of sewers, the enormous entrails of Paris, an obscure ramification ever at work, a construction which is immense and ignored. As the reader sees, the subterranean labyrinth of Paris is today more than 10 times what it was at the beginning of the century. It is difficult to form any idea of all the perseverance and the efforts which have been required to bring this cesspool to the point of relative perfection in which it now is. It was with great difficulty that the ancient monarchical provostship and, during the last 10 years of the 18th century, the revolutionary mayoralty had succeeded in perforating the 5 leagues of sewer which existed previous to 1806. All sorts of obstacles hindered this operation, some peculiar to the soil, others inherent in the very prejudices of the laborious population of Paris. Paris is built upon a soil which is singularly rebellious to the pick, the hoe, the bore, and to human manipulation. There is nothing more difficult to pierce and to penetrate than the geological formation upon which is superposed the marvelous historical formation called Paris. As soon as work in any form whatsoever is begun and adventures upon this stretch of alluvium, subterranean resistances abound. There are liquid clays, springs, hard rocks, and those soft and deep quagmires which special science calls moutarde. The pick advances laboriously through the calcareous layers alternating with very slender threads of clay, and schistose beds in plates encrusted with oyster shells, the contemporaries of the pre-Adamite oceans. Sometimes a rivulet suddenly bursts through a vault that has been begun, and inundates the laborers, or a layer of marl is laid bare, and rolls down with the fury of a cataract, breaking the stoutest supporting beams like glass. Quite recently, at Villette, when it became necessary to pass the collecting sewer under the Saint Martin Canal without interrupting navigation or emptying the canal, a fissure appeared in the basin of the canal. Water suddenly became abundant in the subterranean tunnel, which was beyond the power of the pumping engines. It was necessary to send a diver to explore the fissure which had been made in the narrow entrance of the grand basin, and it was not without great difficulty that it was stopped up. Elsewhere near the Seine, and even at a considerable distance from the river, as for instance at Belleville, Grand Rue, and Lumière Passage, quicksands are encountered in which one sticks fast, and in which a man sinks visibly. Add suffocation by miasmas, burial by slides, and sudden crumbling of the earth. Add the typhus with which the workmen become slowly impregnated. In our own day, after having excavated the gallery of Clichy, with a banquette to receive the principal water conduit of Ourcq, a piece of work which was executed in a trench 10 meters deep, after having, in the midst of landslides and with the aid of excavations often putrid, and of shoring up, vaulted the Bièvre from the Boulevard de l'Hôpital as far as the Seine, after having, in order to deliver Paris from the floods of Montmartre, and in order to provide an outlet for that river-like pool 9 hectares in extent, which crouched near the Barrière des Martyrs, after having, let us state, constructed the line of sewers from the Barrière Blanche to the road of Aubervilliers in 4 months, working day and night, at a depth of 11 meters, after having, a thing heretofore unseen, made a subterranean sewer in the Rue Bar du Bec without a trench 6 meters below the surface, the superintendent, Monod, died. After having vaulted 3,000 meters of sewer in all quarters of the city, from the Rue Traversière Saint Antoine to the Rue de l'Ursine, after having freed the Carrefour Sancier-Mouffetard from inundations of rain by means of the branch of the Arbalète, after having built the Saint Georges sewer on rock and concrete in the fluid sands, after having directed the formidable lowering of the flooring of the vault timber in the Notre Dame de Nazareth branch, Dulot, the engineer, died. there are no bulletins for such acts of bravery as these, which are more useful, nevertheless, than the brutal slaughter of the field of battle. The sewers of Paris in 1832 were far from being what they are today. Bruneseau had given the impulse, but the cholera was required to bring about the vast reconstruction which took place later on. It is surprising to say, for example, that in 1821 a part of the belt sewer, called the Grand Canal, as in Venice, still stood stagnating uncovered to the sky in the Rue des Gourdes. It was only in 1821 that the city of Paris found in its pocket the 260,080 francs and 6 centimes required for covering this mass of filth. The 3 absorbing wells of the Combat, the Cunette, and Saint-Mande, with their discharging mouths, their apparatus, their cesspools, and their depuratory branches, only date from 1836. The intestinal sewer of Paris has been made over anew, and, as we have said, it has been extended more than tenfold within the last quarter of a century. 30 years ago, at the epoch of the insurrection of the 5th and 6th of June, it was still, in many localities, nearly the same ancient sewer. A very great number of streets which are now convex were then sunken causeways. At the end of a slope, where the tributaries of a street or crossroads ended, there were often to be seen large square gratings with heavy bars, whose iron, polished by the footsteps of the throng, gleamed dangerous and slippery for vehicles and caused horses to fall. The official language of the roads and bridges gave to these gratings the expressive name of cassis. In 1832, in a number of streets, in the Rue de l'Étoile, the Rue Saint-Louis, the Rue du Temple, the Rue Vieille du Temple, the Rue Notre-Dame de Nazareth, the Rue Folie-Méricourt, the Quai aux Fleurs, the Rue de Petit-Meuse, the Rue de Normandie, the Rue Pont-aux-Biches, the Rue de Marais, the Faubourg Saint-Martin, the Rue Notre-Dame des Victoires, the Faubourg Montmartre, the Rue Grange Batelière, in the Champs-Élysées, the Rue Jacob, the Rue de Tournon, the ancient Gothic sewer still cynically displayed its maw. It consisted of enormous voids of stone catch basins, sometimes surrounded by stone posts, with monumental effrontery. Paris in 1806 still had nearly the same sewers numerically as stated in 1663, 5,300 fathoms. After Bruneseau, on the 1st of January, 1832, it had 40,300 meters. Between 1806 and 1831, there had been built, on an average, 750 meters annually. Afterwards, 8 and even 10,000 meters of galleries were constructed every year, in masonry of small stones, with hydraulic mortar which hardens under water on a cement foundation. At 200 francs the meter, the 60 leagues of Paris sewers of the present day represent 48 millions. In addition to the economic progress which we have indicated at the beginning, grave problems of public hygiene are connected with that immense question, the sewers of Paris. Paris is the center of 2 sheets, a sheet of water and a sheet of air. The sheet of water, lying at a tolerably great depth underground, but already sounded by 2 bores, is furnished by the layer of green clay situated between the chalk and the Jurassic limestone. This layer may be represented by a disc 25 leagues in circumference. A multitude of rivers and brooks ooze there. One drinks the Seine, the Marne, the Yonne, the Oise, the Aisne, the Cher, the Vienne, and the Loire in a glass of water from the well of Grenelle. The sheet of water is healthy. It comes from heaven in the first place, and next from the earth. The sheet of air is unhealthy. It comes from the sewer. All the miasms of the cesspool are mingled with the breath of the city, hence this bad breath. The air taken from above a dung heap, as has been scientifically proved, is purer than the air taken from above Paris. In a given time, with the aid of progress, mechanisms become perfected, and as light increases, the sheet of water will be employed to purify the sheet of air, that is to say, to wash the sewer. The reader knows that by washing the sewer we mean the restitution of the filth to the earth, the return to the soil of dung and of manure to the fields. Through this simple act, the entire social community will experience a diminution of misery and an augmentation of health. At the present hour, the radiation of diseases from Paris extends to 50 leagues around the Louvre, taken as the hub of this pestilential wheel. We might say that, for 10 centuries, the cesspool has been the disease of Paris. The sewer is the blemish which Paris has in her blood. The popular instinct has never been deceived in it. The occupation of sewermen was formerly almost as perilous and almost as repugnant to the people as the occupation of knacker, which was so long held in horror and handed over to the executioner. High wages were necessary to induce a mason to disappear in that fetid mine. The ladder of the cesspool cleaner hesitated to plunge into it. It was said in proverbial form, to descend into the sewer is to enter the grave. And all sorts of hideous legends, as we have said, covered this colossal sink with terror. A dread sinkhole which bears the traces of the revolutions of the globe as of the revolutions of man, and where are to be found vestiges of all cataclysms, from the shells of the deluge to the rag of Marat. End of Book 2, Chapters 5 and 6. Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3. Mud, but the Soul. Chapter 1. The Sewer and its Surprises. It was in the sewers of Paris that Jean Valjean found himself. Still another resemblance between Paris and the sea. As in the ocean, the diver may disappear there. The transition was an unheard of one. In the very heart of the city, Jean Valjean had escaped from the city, and in the twinkling of an eye, in the time required to lift the cover and to replace it, he had passed from broad daylight to complete obscurity, from midday to midnight, from tumult to silence, from the whirlwind of thunders to the stagnation of the tomb, and by a vicissitude far more tremendous even than that of the Rue Polonceau, from the most extreme peril to the most absolute obscurity. An abrupt fall into a cavern, a disappearance into the secret trap door of Paris, to quit that street where death was on every side, for that sort of sepulchre where there was life, was a strange instant. He remained for several seconds as though bewildered, listening, stupefied. The waste trap of safety had suddenly yawned beneath him. Celestial goodness had, in a manner, captured him by treachery, adorable ambuscades of Providence. Only the wounded man did not stir, and Jean Valjean did not know whether that which he was carrying in that grave was a living being or a dead corpse. His first sensation was one of blindness. All of a sudden he could see nothing. It seemed to him, too, that in one instant he had become deaf. He no longer heard anything. The frantic storm of murder which had been let loose a few feet above his head did not reach him, thanks to the thickness of the earth which separated him from it, as we have said, otherwise than faintly and indistinctly, and like a rumbling in the depths. He felt that the ground was solid under his feet. That was all, but that was enough. He extended one arm and then the other, touched the walls on both sides, and perceived that the passage was narrow. He slipped, and thus perceived that the pavement was wet. He cautiously put forward one foot, fearing a hole, a sink, some gulf. He discovered that the paving continued. A gust of fetidness informed him of the place in which he stood. After the lapse of a few minutes he was no longer blind. A little light fell through the manhole through which he had descended, and his eyes became accustomed to this cavern. He began to distinguish something. The passage in which he had burrowed, no other word can better express the situation, was walled in behind him. It was one of those blind alleys which the special jargon terms branches. In front of him there was another wall, a wall like night. The light of the air hole died out 10 or 12 paces from the point where Jean Valjean stood, and barely cast a wan pallor on a few meters of the damp walls of the sewer. Beyond, the opaqueness was massive. To penetrate thither seemed horrible. An entrance into it appeared like an engulfment. A man could, however, plunge into that wall of fog, and it was necessary so to do. Haste was even requisite. It occurred to Jean Valjean that the grating which he had caught sight of under the flagstones might also catch the eye of the soldiery, and that everything hung upon this chance. They also might descend into that well and search it. There was not a minute to be lost. He had deposited Marius on the ground. He picked him up again. That is the real word for it. Placed him on his shoulders once more, and set out. He plunged resolutely into the gloom. The truth is that they were less safe than Jean Valjean fancied. Perils of another sort and no less serious were awaiting them, perchance. After the lightning-charged whirlwind of the combat, the cavern of miasmas and traps. After chaos, the sewer. Jean Valjean had fallen from one circle of hell into another. When he had advanced 50 paces, he was obliged to halt. A problem presented itself. The passage terminated in another gut which he encountered across his path. There 2 ways presented themselves. Which should he take? Ought he to turn to the left or to the right? How was he to find his bearings in that black labyrinth? This labyrinth, to which we have already called the reader's attention, has a clue, which is its slope. To follow to the slope is to arrive at the river. This Jean Valjean instantly comprehended. He said to himself that he was probably in the sewer des Halles, that if he were to choose the path to the left and follow the slope, he would arrive in less than a quarter of an hour at some mouth on the Seine between the Pont au Change and the Pont Neuf. That is to say, he would make his appearance in broad daylight on the most densely peopled spot in Paris. Perhaps he would come out on some manhole at the intersection of streets. Amazement of the passers-by at beholding 2 bleeding men emerge from the earth at their feet. Arrival of the police, a call to arms of the neighboring post of guards. Thus they would be seized before they had even got out. It would be better to plunge into that labyrinth, to confide themselves to that black gloom, and to trust to Providence for the outcome. He ascended the incline and turned to the right. When he had turned the angle of the gallery, the distant glimmer of an air-hole disappeared. The curtain of obscurity fell upon him once more, and he became blind again. Nevertheless, he advanced as rapidly as possible. Marius's 2 arms were passed round his neck, and the former's feet dragged behind him. He held both these arms with one hand, and groped along the wall with the other. Marius's cheek touched his, and clung there, bleeding. He felt a warm stream, which came from Marius, trickling down upon him, and making its way under his clothes. But a humid warmth near his ear, which the mouth of the wounded man touched, indicated respiration, and consequently life. The passage along which Jean Valjean was now proceeding was not so narrow as the first. Jean Valjean walked through it with considerable difficulty. The rain of the preceding day had not as yet entirely run off, and it created a little torrent in the centre of the bottom, and he was forced to hug the wall in order not to have his feet in the water. Thus he proceeded in the gloom. He resembled the beings of the night groping in the invisible, and lost beneath the earth in veins of shadow. Still, little by little, whether it was that the distant air-holes emitted a little wavering light in this opaque gloom, or whether his eyes had become accustomed to the obscurity, some vague vision returned to him, and he began once more to gain a confused idea, now of the wall which he touched, now of the vault beneath which he was passing. The pupil dilates in the dark, and the soul dilates in misfortune, and ends by finding God there. It was not easy to direct his course. The line of the sewer re-echoes, so to speak, the line of the streets which lie above it. There were then in Paris 2,200 streets. Let the reader imagine himself beneath that forest of gloomy branches which is called the sewer. The system of sewers existing at that epoch, placed end to end, would have given a length of 11 leagues. We have said above that the actual network, thanks to the special activity of the last 30 years, was no less than 60 leagues in extent. Jean Valjean began by committing a blunder. He thought that he was beneath the Rue Saint-Denis, and it was a pity that it was not so. Under the Rue Saint-Denis there is an old stone sewer which dates from Louis XIII, and which runs straight to the collecting sewer, called the Grand Sewer, with but a single elbow on the right on the elevation of the ancient Cour des Miracles, and a single branch, the Saint Martin sewer, whose 4 arms describe a cross. But the gut of the Petite Truanderie, the entrance to which was in the vicinity of the Corinthe wine shop, has never communicated with the sewer of the Rue Saint-Denis. It ended at the Montmartre sewer, and it was in this that Jean Valjean was entangled. There, opportunities of losing oneself abound. The Montmartre sewer is one of the most labyrinthine of the ancient network. Fortunately, Jean Valjean had left behind him the sewer of the markets, whose geometrical plan presents the appearance of a multitude of parrots' roosts piled on top of each other. But he had before him more than one embarrassing encounter and more than one street corner, for they are streets, presenting itself in the gloom like an interrogation point. First, on his left, the vast sewer of the Plâtrière, a sort of Chinese puzzle, thrusting out and entangling its chaos of T's and Z's under the post office and under the rotunda of the wheat market, as far as the Seine, where it terminates in a Y. Secondly, on his right, the curving corridor of the Rue de Cadran, with its 3 teeth, which are also blind courts. Thirdly, on his left, the branch of the Mail, complicated almost at its inception with a sort of fork, and proceeding from zigzag to zigzag until it ends in the grand crypt of the outlet of the Louvre, truncated and ramified in every direction. And, lastly, the blind alley of a passage of the Rue des Jeuneurs, without counting little ducts here and there, before reaching the belt sewer, which alone could conduct him to some issue sufficiently distant to be safe. Had Jean Valjean had any idea of all that we have here pointed out, he would speedily have perceived, merely by feeling the wall, that he was not in the subterranean gallery of the Rue Saint-Denis. Instead of the ancient stone, instead of the antique architecture, haughty and royal even in the sewer, with pavement and string courses of granite and mortar costing 800 livres the fathom, he would have felt under his hand contemporary cheapness, economical expedience, porous stone filled with mortar on a concrete foundation, which costs 200 francs the metre, and the bourgeois masonry known as petits matériaux, small stuff. But of all this he knew nothing. He advanced with anxiety, but with calmness, seeing nothing, knowing nothing, buried in chance, that is to say, engulfed in Providence. By degrees, we will admit, a certain horror seized upon him. The gloom which enveloped him penetrated his spirit. He walked in an enigma. This aqueduct of the sewer is formidable. It interlaces in a dizzy fashion. It is a melancholy thing to be caught in this Paris of shadows. Jean Valjean was obliged to find and even to invent his route without seeing it. In this unknown, every step that he risked might be his last. How was he to get out? Should he find an issue? Should he find it in time? Would that colossal subterranean sponge with its stone cavities allow itself to be penetrated and pierced? Should he there encounter some unexpected knot in the darkness? Should he arrive at the inextricable and the impassable? Would Marius die there of hemorrhage, and he of hunger? Should they end by both getting lost and by furnishing two skeletons in a nook of that night? He did not know. He put all these questions to himself without replying to them. The intestines of Paris form a precipice. Like the prophet, he was in the belly of the monster. All at once he had a surprise. At the most unforeseen moment, and without having ceased to walk in a straight line, he perceived that he was no longer ascending. The water of the rivulet was beating against his heels instead of meeting him at his toes. The sewer was now descending. Why? Was he about to arrive suddenly at the Seine? This danger was a great one, but the peril of retreating was still greater. He continued to advance. It was not towards the Seine that he was proceeding. The ridge which the soil of Paris forms on its right bank empties one of its watersheds into the Seine, and the other into the Grand Sewer. The crest of this ridge, which determines the division of the waters, describes a very capricious line. The culminating point, which is the point of separation of the currents, is in the Sainte Avoie sewer, beyond the Rue Michel Comte, in the sewer of the Louvre, near the boulevards, and in the Montmartre sewer, near the Halles. It was this culminating point that Jean Valjean had reached. He was directing his course towards the Belt sewer. He was on the right path, but he did not know it. Every time that he encountered a branch, he felt of its angles, and if he found that the opening which presented itself was smaller than the passage in which he was, he did not enter, but continued his route, rightly judging that every narrower way must needs terminate in a blind alley, and could only lead him further from his goal, that is to say, the outlet. Thus he avoided the quadruple trap which was set for him in the darkness by the four labyrinths which we have just enumerated. At a certain moment he perceived that he was emerging from beneath the Paris which was petrified by the uprising, where the barricades had suppressed circulation, and that he was entering beneath the living and normal Paris. Overhead he suddenly heard a noise as of thunder, distant but continuous. It was the rumbling of vehicles. He had been walking for about half an hour, at least according to the calculation which he made in his own mind, and he had not yet thought of rest. He had merely changed the hand with which he was holding Marius. The darkness was more profound than ever, but its very depth reassured him. All at once he saw his shadow in front of him. It was outlined on a faint, almost indistinct reddish glow, which vaguely empurpled the flooring vault underfoot and the vault overhead, and gilded to his right and to his left the two viscous walls of the passage. Stupefied, he turned round. Behind him, in the portion of the passage which he had just passed through, at a distance which appeared to him immense, piercing the dense obscurity, flamed a sort of horrible star, which had the air of surveying him. It was the gloomy star of the police which was rising in the sewer. In the rear of that star, 8 or 10 forms were moving about in a confused way, black, upright, indistinct, horrible. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Chapters 2 and 3 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Mud, but the Soul. Chapter 2. Explanation. On the day of the 6th of June, a battue of the sewers had been ordered. It was feared that the vanquished might have taken to them for refuge, and Prefect Gisquet was to search occult Paris, while General Bugeaud swept public Paris. A double and connected operation which exacted a double strategy on the part of the public force, represented above by the army and below by the police. 3 squads of agents and sewermen explored the subterranean drain of Paris, the first on the right bank, the second on the left bank, the third in the city. The agents of police were armed with carabines, with bludgeons, swords, and poignards. That which was directed at Jean Valjean at that moment was the lantern of the patrol of the right bank. This patrol had just visited the curving gallery and the 3 blind alleys which lie beneath the Rue de Cadran. While they were passing their lantern through the depths of these blind alleys, Jean Valjean had encountered on his path the entrance to the gallery, had perceived that it was narrower than the principal passage, and had not penetrated thither. He had passed on. The police, on emerging from the Galerie du Cadran, had fancied that they heard the sound of footsteps in the direction of the belt sewer. They were, in fact, the steps of Jean Valjean. The sergeant in command of the patrol had raised his lantern, and the squad had begun to gaze into the mist in the direction whence the sound proceeded. This was an indescribable moment for Jean Valjean. Happily, if he saw the lantern well, the lantern saw him but ill. It was light, and he was shadow. He was very far off and mingled with the darkness of the place. He hugged the wall and halted. Moreover, he did not understand what it was that was moving behind him. The lack of sleep and food and his emotions had caused him also to pass into the state of a visionary. He beheld a gleam, and around that gleam forms. What was it? He did not comprehend. Jean Valjean having paused, the sound ceased. The men of the patrol listened and heard nothing. They looked and saw nothing. They held a consultation. There existed at that epoch, at this point of the Montmartre sewer, a sort of crossroads called Desservices, which was afterwards suppressed on account of the little interior lake which formed there, swallowing up the torrent of rain in heavy storms. The patrol could form a cluster in this open space. Jean Valjean saw these spectres form a sort of circle. These bulldogs' heads approached each other closely and whispered together. The result of this council held by the watchdogs was, that they had been mistaken, that there had been no noise, that it was useless to get entangled in the belt sewer, that it would only be a waste of time, but that they ought to hasten towards Saint-Merry, that if there was anything to do, and any Boussingault to track out, it was in that quarter. From time to time parties re-soul their old insults. In 1832 the word Boussingault formed the interim between the word Jacobin, which had become obsolete, and the word demagogue, which has since rendered such excellent service. The sergeant gave orders to turn to the left, towards the watershed of the Seine. If it had occurred to them to separate into two squads and to go in both directions, Jean Valjean would have been captured. All hung on that thread. It is probable that the instructions of the prefecture, foreseeing a possibility of combat and insurgents in force, had forbidden the patrol to part company. The patrol resumed its march, leaving Jean Valjean behind it. Of all this movement Jean Valjean perceived nothing except the eclipse of the lantern which suddenly wheeled round. Before taking his departure, the sergeant, in order to acquit his policeman's conscience, discharged his gun in the direction of Jean Valjean. The detonation rolled from echo to echo in the crypt, like the rumbling of that titanic entrail. A bit of plaster which fell into the stream and splashed up the water a few paces away from Jean Valjean warned him that the ball had struck the arch over his head. Slow and measured steps resounded for some time on the timber work, gradually dying away as they retreated to a greater distance. The group of black forms vanished. A glimmer of light oscillated and floated, communicating to the vault a reddish glow which grew fainter, then disappeared. The silence became profound once more. The obscurity became complete. Blindness and deafness resumed possession of the shadows. And Jean Valjean, not daring to stir as yet, remained for a long time leaning with his back against the wall, with straining ears and dilated pupils, watching the disappearance of that phantom patrol. Chapter 3. The Spun Man. This justice must be rendered to the police of that period, that even in the most serious public junctures it imperturbably fulfilled its duties connected with the sewers and surveillance. A revolt was, in its eyes, no pretext for allowing malefactors to take the bit in their own mouths, and for neglecting society for the reason that the government was in peril. The ordinary service was performed correctly in company with the extraordinary service, and was not troubled by the latter. In the midst of an incalculable political event already begun, under the pressure of a possible revolution, a police agent spun a thief without allowing himself to be distracted by insurrection and barricades. It was something precisely parallel which took place on the afternoon of the 6th of June on the banks of the Seine, on the slope of the right shore, a little beyond the Pont des Invalides. There is no longer any bank there now. The aspect of the locality has changed. On that bank, two men, separated by a certain distance, seemed to be watching each other while mutually avoiding each other. The one who was in advance was trying to get away. The one in the rear was trying to overtake the other. It was like a game of checkers played at a distance and in silence. Neither seemed to be in any hurry, and both walked slowly, as though each of them feared by too much haste to make his partner redouble his pace. One would have said that it was an appetite following its prey, and purposely without wearing the air of doing so. The prey was crafty and on its guard. The proper relations between the hunted polecat and the hunting dog were observed. The one who was seeking to escape had an insignificant mien, and not an impressive appearance. The one who was seeking to seize him was rude of aspect, and must have been rude to encounter. The first, conscious that he was the more feeble, avoided the second, but he avoided him in a manner which was deeply furious. Any one who could have observed him would have discerned in his eyes the sombre hostility of flight and all the menace that fear contains. The shore was deserted. There were no passers-by. Not even a boatman nor a lighterman was in the skiffs which were moored here and there. It was not easy to see these two men except from the quay opposite, and to any person who had scrutinized them at that distance, the man who was in advance would have appeared like a bristling, tattered, and equivocal being, who was uneasy and trembling beneath a ragged blouse, and the other like a classic and official personage, wearing the frock-coat of authority buttoned to the chin. Perchance the reader might recognize these two men, if he were to see them closer at hand. What was the object of the second man? Probably to succeed in clothing the first more warmly. When a man clothed by the state pursues a man in rags, it is in order to make of him a man who is also clothed by the state. Only the whole question lies in the color. To be dressed in blue is glorious. To be dressed in red is disagreeable. There is a purple from below. It is probably some unpleasantness and some purple of this sort which the first man is desirous of shirking. If the other allowed him to walk on and had not seized him as yet, it was, judging from all appearances, in the hope of seeing him lead up to some significant meeting place and to some group worth catching. This delicate operation is called spinning. What renders this conjecture entirely probable is that the buttoned-up man, on catching sight from the shore of a hackney coach on the quay as it was passing along empty, made a sign to the driver. The driver understood, evidently recognized the person with whom he had to deal, turned about, and began to follow the two men at the top of the quay at a foot-pace. This was not observed by the slouching and tattered personage who was in advance. The hackney coach rolled along the trees of the Champs-Élysées. The bust of the driver, whip in hand, could be seen moving along above the parapet. One of the secret instructions of the police authorities to their agents contains this article: always have on hand a hackney coach in case of emergency. While these two men were maneuvering, each on his own side, with irreproachable strategy, they approached an inclined plane on the quay which descended to the shore, and which permitted cab drivers arriving from Passy to come to the river and water their horses. This inclined plane was suppressed later on, for the sake of symmetry. Horses may die of thirst, but the eye is gratified. It is probable that the man in the blouse had intended to ascend this inclined plane, with a view to making his escape into the Champs-Élysées, a place ornamented with trees, but, in return, much infested with policemen, and where the other could easily exercise violence. This point on the quay is not very far distant from the house brought to Paris from Moret in 1824 by Colonel Brack, and designated as the house of François I. A guard-house is situated close at hand. To the great surprise of his watcher, the man who was being tracked did not mount by the inclined plane for watering. He continued to advance along the quay on the shore. His position was visibly becoming critical. What was he intending to do, if not to throw himself into the Seine? Henceforth there existed no means of ascending to the quay. There was no other inclined plane, no staircase, and they were near the spot marked by the bend in the Seine towards the Pont de Jéna, where the bank, growing constantly narrower, ended in a slender tongue and was lost in the water. There he would inevitably find himself blocked between the perpendicular wall on his right, the river on his left and in front of him, and the authorities on his heels. It is true that this termination of the shore was hidden from sight by a heap of rubbish, 6 or 7 feet in height, produced by some demolition or other. But did this man hope to conceal himself effectually behind that heap of rubbish, which one need but skirt? The expedient would have been puerile. He certainly was not dreaming of such a thing. The innocence of thieves does not extend to that point. The pile of rubbish formed a sort of projection at the water's edge, which was prolonged in a promontory as far as the wall of the quay. The man who was being followed arrived at this little mound and went round it, so that he ceased to be seen by the other. The latter, as he did not see, could not be seen. He took advantage of this fact to abandon all dissimulation and to walk very rapidly. In a few moments he had reached the rubbish heap and passed round it. There he halted in sheer amazement. The man whom he had been pursuing was no longer there. Total eclipse of the man in the blouse. The shore, beginning with the rubbish heap, was only about 30 paces long. Then it plunged into the water which beat against the wall of the quay. The fugitive could not have thrown himself into the Seine without being seen by the man who was following him. What had become of him? The man in the buttoned-up coat walked to the extremity of the shore and remained there in thought for a moment, his fists clenched, his eyes searching. All at once he smote his brow. He had just perceived, at the point where the land came to an end and the water began, a large iron grating, low, arched, garnished with a heavy lock and with 3 massive hinges. This grating, a sort of door pierced at the base of the quay, opened on the river as well as on the shore. A blackish stream passed under it. This stream discharged into the Seine. Beyond the heavy, rusty iron bars, a sort of dark and vaulted corridor could be descried. The man folded his arms and stared at the grating with an air of reproach. As this gaze did not suffice, he tried to thrust it aside. He shook it. It resisted solidly. It is probable that it had just been opened, although no sound had been heard. A singular circumstance in so rusty a grating. But it is certain that it had been closed again. This indicated that the man before whom that door had just opened had not a hook, but a key. This evidence suddenly burst upon the mind of the man who was trying to move the grating, and evoked from him this indignant ejaculation: "That is too much! A government key!" Then, immediately regaining his composure, he expressed a whole world of interior ideas by this outburst of monosyllables, accented almost ironically: "Come, come, come, come!" That said, and in the hope of something or other, either that he should see the man emerge or other men enter, he posted himself on the watch behind a heap of rubbish, with the patient rage of a pointer. The hackney coach, which regulated all its movements on his, had, in its turn, halted on the quay above him, close to the parapet. The coachman, foreseeing a prolonged wait, encased his horses' muzzles in the bag of oats which is damp at the bottom, and which is so familiar to Parisians, to whom, be it said in parenthesis, the government sometimes applies it. The rare passers-by on the Pont de Jéna turned their heads, before they pursued their way, to take a momentary glance at these 2 motionless items in the landscape: the man on the shore, the carriage on the quay. End of Book 3, Chapters 2 and 3.
Chapter 4 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Volume 5. He also bears his cross. Jean Valjean had resumed his march and had not again paused. This march became more and more laborious. The level of those vaults varies. The average height is about 5 feet 6 inches, and has been calculated for the stature of a man. Jean Valjean was forced to bend over, in order not to strike Marius against the vault. At every step he had to bend, then to rise, and to feel incessantly of the wall. The moisture of the stones and the viscous nature of the timber framework furnished but poor supports to which to cling, either for hand or foot. He stumbled along in the hideous dung-heap of the city. The intermittent gleams from the air-holes only appeared at very long intervals, and were so wan that the full sunlight seemed like the light of the moon. and all the rest was mist, miasma, opaqueness, blackness. Jean Valjean was both hungry and thirsty, especially thirsty, and this, like the sea, was a place full of water where a man cannot drink. His strength, which was prodigious, as the reader knows, and which had been but little decreased by age, thanks to his chaste and sober life, began to give way nevertheless. Fatigue began to gain on him, and as his strength decreased, it made the weight of his burden increase. Marius, who was perhaps dead, weighed him down as inert bodies weigh. Jean Valjean held him in such a manner that his chest was not oppressed, and so that respiration could proceed as well as possible. Between his legs he felt the rapid gliding of the rats. One of them was frightened to such a degree that he bit him. From time to time a breath of fresh air reached him through the vent holes of the mouths of the sewer, and reanimated him. It might have been 3 hours past midday when he reached the belt sewer. He was at first astonished at this sudden widening. He found himself all at once in a gallery where his outstretched hands could not reach the two walls, and beneath a vault which his head did not touch. The grand sewer is, in fact, 8 feet wide and 7 feet high. At the point where the Montmartre sewer joins the grand sewer, 2 other subterranean galleries, that of the Rue de Provence and that of the Abattoir, form a square. Between these 4 ways a less sagacious man would have remained undecided. Jean Valjean selected the broadest, that is to say, the belt sewer. But here the question again came up, should he descend or ascend? He thought that the situation required haste, and that he must now gain the scene at any risk. In other terms, he must descend. He turned to the left. It was well that he did so, for it is an error to suppose that the belt sewer has 2 outlets, the one in the direction of Bercy, the other toward Passy, and that it is, as its name indicates, the subterranean girdle of the Paris on the right bank. The grand sewer, which is, it must be remembered, nothing else than the old brook of Montelimon, terminates, if one ascends it, in a blind sack, that is to say, at its ancient point of departure, which was its source, at the foot of the knoll of Menilmontant. There is no direct communication with the branch which collects the waters of Paris, beginning with the Quartier Popincourt, which falls into the Seine through the Amelot sewer above the ancient Isle of Louviers. This branch, which completes the collecting sewer, is separated from it under the Rue Menilmontant itself by a pile which marks the dividing point of the waters between upstream and downstream. If Jean Valjean had ascended the gallery, he would have arrived after 1,000 efforts, and broken down with fatigue, and in an expiring condition in the gloom, at a wall. He would have been lost. In case of necessity, by retracing his steps a little way, and entering the passage of the Filles de Calvaire, on condition that he did not hesitate at the subterranean crossing of the Carrefour Boucherat, and by taking the corridor St. Louis, then the St. Gilles on the left, then turning to the right and avoiding the St. Sebastian gallery, he might have reached the Amelot sewer, and thence, provided that he did not go astray in the sort of F which lies under the Bastille, he might have attained the outlet on the Seine near the Arsenal. But in order to do this, he must have been thoroughly familiar with the enormous madrepore of the sewer in all its ramifications and in all its openings. Now we must again insist that he knew nothing of that frightful drain which he was traversing, and had anyone asked him what he was, he would have answered, in the night. His instinct served him well. To descend was, in fact, possible safety. He left, on his right, the 2 narrow passages which branch out in the form of a claw under the Rue Lafitte and the Rue Saint-Georges, and the long bifurcated corridor of the Chaussée d'Antin. A little beyond an affluent, which was probably the Madeleine branch, he halted. He was extremely weary. A passably large air-hole, probably the man-hole in the Rue d'Anjou, furnished a light that was almost vivid. Jean Valjean, with the gentleness of movement which a brother would exercise toward his wounded brother, deposited Marius on the banquette of the sewer. Marius's blood-stained face appeared under the wan light of the air-hole like the ashes at the bottom of a tomb. His eyes were closed, his hair was plastered down on his temples like a painter's brushes dried in red wash. His hands hung limp and dead. A clot of blood had collected in the knot of his cravat. His limbs were cold, and blood was clotted at the corners of his mouth. His shirt had thrust itself into his wounds. The cloth of his coat was chafing the yawning gashes in the living flesh. Jean Valjean, pushing aside the garments with the tips of his fingers, laid his hand upon Marius's breast. His heart was still beating. Jean Valjean tore up his shirt, bandaged the young man's wounds as well as he was able, and stopped the flowing blood. Then, bending over Marius, who still lay unconscious and almost without breathing in that half-light, he gazed at him with inexpressible hatred. In disarranging Marius's garments, he had found two things in his pockets: the roll which had been forgotten there on the preceding evening, and Marius's pocketbook. He ate the roll and opened the pocketbook. On the first page he found the 4 lines written by Marius. The reader will recall them. My name is Marius Pontmercy. Carry my body to my grandfather, Monsieur Gillenormand, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, number 6, in the Marais. Jean Valjean read these 4 lines by the light of the air-hole, and remained for a moment as though absorbed in thought, repeating in a low tone, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, number 6, Monsieur Gillenormand. He replaced the pocketbook in Marius's pocket. He had eaten. His strength had returned to him. He took Marius up once more upon his back, and placed the latter's head carefully on his right shoulder, and resumed his descent of the sewer. The grand sewer, directed according to the course of the valley of Mélemontant, is about 2 leagues long. It is paved throughout a notable portion of its extent. This torch of the names of the streets of Paris, with which we are illuminating for the reader Jean Valjean's subterranean march, Jean Valjean himself did not possess. Nothing told him what zone of the city he was traversing, nor what way he had made. Only the growing pallor of the pools of light which he encountered from time to time indicated to him that the sun was withdrawing from the pavement, and that the day would soon be over, and the rolling of vehicles overhead having become intermittent instead of continuous, then having almost ceased, he concluded that he was no longer under central Paris, and that he was approaching some solitary region in the vicinity of the outer boulevards or the extreme outer quays. Where there are fewer houses and streets, the sewer had fewer air-holes. The gloom deepened around Jean Valjean. Nevertheless, he continued to advance, groping his way in the dark. Suddenly, this darkness became terrible. End of Chapter 4, Book 3. Reading by Joyce Martin.
Chapter 5 and 6 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Les Misérables. Chapter 5. In the case of sand, as in that of woman, there is a fineness which is treacherous. He felt that he was entering the water, and that he no longer had a pavement under his feet, but only mud. It sometimes happens that on certain shores of Bretagne or Scotland, a man, either a traveller or a fisherman, while walking at low tide on the beach far from shore, suddenly notices that for several minutes past he has been walking with some difficulty. The beach underfoot is like pitch. His soles stick fast to it. It is no longer sand, it is bird lime. The strand is perfectly dry, but at every step that he takes, as soon as the foot is raised, the print is filled with water. The eye, however, has perceived no change. The immense beach is smooth and tranquil. All the sand has the same aspect. Nothing distinguishes the soil that is solid from that which is not solid. The joyous little cloud of sand lice continues to leap tumultuously under the feet of the passer-by. The man pursues his way. He walks on, turns towards the land, endeavors to approach the shore. He is not uneasy. Uneasy about what? Only he is conscious that the heaviness of his feet seems to be increasing at every step that he takes. All at once he sinks in. He sinks in 2 or 3 inches. Decidedly, he is not on the right road. He halts to get his bearings. Suddenly, he glances at his feet. His feet have disappeared. The sand has covered them. He draws his feet out of the sand. He tries to retrace his steps. He turns back. He sinks in more deeply than before. The sand is up to his ankles. He tears himself free from it and flings himself to the left. The sand reaches to mid-leg. He flings himself to the right. The sand comes up to his knees. Then, with indescribable terror, he recognizes the fact that he is caught in a quicksand, and that he has beneath him that frightful medium in which neither man can walk nor fish can swim. He flings away his burden, if he have one. He lightens himself, like a ship in distress. It is too late. The sand is above his knees. He shouts. He waves his hat or his handkerchief. The sand continually gains on him. If the beach is deserted, if the land is too far away, if the bank of sand is too ill-famed, there is no hero in the neighborhood. All is over. He is condemned to be engulfed. He is condemned to that terrible interment, long, infallible, implacable, which it is impossible to either retard or hasten, which lasts for hours, which will not come to an end, which seizes you erect, free, in the flush of health, which drags you down by the feet, which, at every effort that you attempt, at every shout that you utter, draws you a little lower, which has the air of punishing you for your resistance by a redoubled grasp, which forces a man to return slowly to earth, while leaving him time to survey the horizon, the trees, the verdant country, the smoke of the villages on the plain, the sails of the ships on the sea, the birds which fly and sing, the sun and the sky. This engulfment is the sepulchre which assumes a tide, and which mounts from the depths of the earth towards a living man. Each minute is an inexorable layer out of the dead. The wretched man tries to sit down, to lie down, to climb. Every movement that he makes buries him deeper. He straightens himself up. He sinks. He feels that he is being swallowed up. He shrieks, implores, cries to the clouds, wrings his hands, grows desperate. Behold him in the sand, up to his belly. The sand reaches to his breast. He is only a bust now. He uplifts his hands, utters furious groans, clenches his nails on the beach, tries to cling fast to that ashes, supports himself on his elbows in order to raise himself from that soft sheath, and sobs frantically. The sand mounts higher. The sand has reached his shoulders. The sand reaches to his throat. Only his face is visible now. His mouth cries aloud. The sand fills it. Silence. His eyes still gaze forth. The sand closes them. Night. Then his brow decreases. A little hair quivers above the sand. A hand projects, pierces the surface of the beach, waves, and disappears. Sinister obliteration of a man. Sometimes a rider is engulfed with his horse. Sometimes the carter is swallowed up with his cart. All founders in that strand. It is shipwreck elsewhere than in the water. It is the earth drowning a man. The earth, permeated with the ocean, becomes a pitfall. It presents itself in the guise of a plain, and it yawns like a wave. The abyss is subject to these treacheries. This melancholy fate, always possible on certain sea beaches, was also possible 30 years ago in the sewers of Paris. Before the important works undertaken in 1833, the subterranean drain of Paris was subject to these sudden slides. The water filtered into certain subjacent strata which were particularly friable. The footway, which was of flagstones, as in the ancient sewers, or of cement on concrete, as in the new galleries, having no longer an underpinning, gave way. A fold in a flooring of this sort means a crack, means crumbling. The framework crumbled away for a certain length. This crevice, the hiatus of a gulf of mire, was called a fontis in the special tongue. What is a fontis? It is the quicksands of the seashore suddenly encountered under the surface of the earth. It is the beach of Mont Saint-Michel in a sewer. The soaked soil is in a state of fusion, as it were. All its molecules are in suspension in soft medium. It is not earth, and it is not water. The depth is sometimes very great. Nothing can be more formidable than such an encounter. If the water predominates, death is prompt. The man is swallowed up. If earth predominates, death is slow. Can anyone picture to himself such a death? If being swallowed by the earth is terrible on the seashore, what is it in a cesspool? Instead of the open air, the broad daylight, the clear horizon, those vast sounds, those free clouds whence reigns life, instead of those barks descried in the distance, of that hope under all sorts of forms, of probable passers-by, of succour possible up to the very last moment, instead of all this, deafness, blindness, a black vault, the inside of a tomb already prepared, death in the mire beneath a cover, slow suffocation by filth, a stone box where asphyxia opens its claw in the mire and clutches you by the throat, fetidness mingled with the death rattle, slime instead of the strand, sulphuretted hydrogen in place of the hurricane, dung in place of the ocean, and to shout, to gnash one's teeth, and to writhe, and to struggle, and to agonize with that enormous city which knows nothing of it all over one's head. Inexpressible is the horror of dying thus. Death sometimes redeems his atrocity by a certain terrible dignity. On the funeral pile, in shipwreck, one can be great. In the flames, as in the foam, a superb attitude is possible. One there becomes transfigured as one perishes, but not here. Death is filthy. It is humiliating to expire. The supreme floating visions are abject. Mud is synonymous with shame. It is petty, ugly, infamous. To die in a butt of Malvoisie, like Clarence, is permissible. In the ditch of a scavenger, like Escoubleau, is horrible. To struggle therein is hideous. At the same time that one is going through the death agony, one is floundering about. There are shadows enough for hell, and mire enough to render it nothing but a slough, and the dying man knows not whether he is on the point of becoming a spectre or a frog. Everywhere else the sepulchre is sinister. Here it is deformed. The depth of the fontis varied, as well as their length and their density, according to the more or less bad quality of the subsoil. Sometimes a fontis was 3 or 4 feet deep, sometimes 8 or 10. Sometimes the bottom was unfathomable. Here the mire was almost solid, there almost liquid. In the Lunière fontis it would have taken a man a day to disappear, while he would have been devoured in 5 minutes by the Philippot slough. The mire bears up more or less, according to its density. A child can escape where a man will perish. The first law of safety is to get rid of every sort of load. Every sewerman who felt the ground giving way beneath him began by flinging away his sack of tools, or his back basket, or his hod. The fontis were due to different causes: the friability of the soil, some landslip at a depth beyond the reach of man, the violent summer rains, the incessant flooding of winter, long drizzling showers. Sometimes the weight of the surrounding houses on a marly or sandy soil forced out the vaults of the subterranean galleries and caused them to bend aside, or it chanced that a flooring vault burst and spilt under this crushing thrust. In this manner, the heaping up of the Parthenon obliterated, a century ago, a portion of the vaults of Saint Geneviève Hill. When a sewer was broken in under the pressure of the houses, the mischief was sometimes betrayed in the street above by a sort of space, like the teeth of a saw, between the paving stones. This crevice was developed in an undulating line throughout the entire length of the cracked vault, and then, the evil being visible, the remedy could be promptly applied. It also frequently happened that the interior ravages were not revealed by any external scar, and in that case woe to the sewermen. When they entered without precaution into the sewer, they were liable to be lost. Ancient registers make mention of several scavengers who were buried in Fantine in this manner. They give many names, among others that of the sewerman who was swallowed up in a quagmire under the manhole of the Rue Carême-Prenant, a certain Blaise Poutrin. This Blaise Poutrin was the brother of Nicolas Poutrin, who was the last grave digger of the cemetery called the Charnier des Innocents, in 1785, the epoch when that cemetery expired. There was also that young and charming Vicomte d'Escoubleau, of whom we have just spoken, one of the heroes of the siege of Lérida, where they delivered the assault in silk stockings, with violins at their head. D'Escoubleau, surprised one night at his cousin's, the Duchess de Sourdis, was drowned in a quagmire of the Beautreillis sewer, in which he had taken refuge in order to escape from the Duke. Madame de Sourdis, when informed of his death, demanded her smelling bottle, and forgot to weep through sniffing at her salts. In such cases there is no love which holds fast. The sewer extinguishes it. Hero refuses to wash the body of Leander. Thisbe stops her nose in the presence of Pyramus and says, "Phew!" Chapter 6. The Fantine. Jean Valjean found himself in the presence of a Fantine. This sort of quagmire was common at that period in the subsoil of the Champs-Élysées, difficult to handle in the hydraulic works, and a bad preservative of the subterranean constructions, on account of its excessive fluidity. This fluidity exceeds even the inconsistency of the sands on the Quartier Saint-Georges, which could only be conquered by a stone construction on a concrete foundation, and the clayey strata, infected with gas, of the Quartier des Martyrs, which are so liquid that the only way in which a passage was effected under the Galerie des Martyrs was by means of a cast-iron pipe. When, in 1836, the old stone sewer beneath the Faubourg Saint-Honore, in which we now see Jean Valjean, was demolished for the purpose of reconstructing it, the quicksand, which forms the subsoil of the Champs-Élysées as far as the Seine, now presented such an obstacle that the operation lasted nearly 6 months, to the great clamour of the dwellers on the riverside, particularly those who had hotels and carriages. The work was more than unhealthy, it was dangerous. It was true that they had 4 months and a half of rain, and 3 floods of the Seine. The Fantine which Jean Valjean had encountered was caused by the downpour of the preceding day. The pavement, badly sustained by the subjacent sand, had given way, and had produced a stoppage of the water. Infiltration had taken place. A slip had followed. The dislocated bottom had sunk into the ooze. To what extent? Impossible to say. The obscurity was more dense there than elsewhere. It was a pit of mire in a cavern of night. Jean Valjean felt the pavement vanishing beneath his feet. He entered this slime. There was water on the surface, slime at the bottom. He must pass it. To retrace his steps was impossible. Marius was dying, and Jean Valjean exhausted. Besides, where was he to go? Jean Valjean advanced. Moreover, the pit seemed, for the first few steps, not to be very deep, but in proportion as he advanced, his feet plunged deeper. Soon he had the slime up to his calves, and water above his knees. He walked on, raising Marius in his arms, as far above the water as he could. The mire now reached to his knees, and the water to his waist. He could no longer retreat. This mud, dense enough for one man, could not, obviously, uphold 2. Marius and Jean Valjean would have stood a chance of extricating themselves singly. Jean Valjean continued to advance, supporting the dying man, who was, perhaps, a corpse. The water came up to his armpits, He felt that he was sinking. It was only with difficulty that he could move in the depth of the ooze which he had now reached. The density, which was his support, was also an obstacle. He still held Marius on high, and with an unheard-of expenditure of force, he advanced still, but he was sinking. He had only his head above the water now, and his two arms holding up Marius. In old paintings of the deluge there is a mother holding her child thus. He sank still deeper. He turned his face to the rear to escape the water, and in order that he might be able to breathe. Anyone who had seen him in that gloom would have thought that what he beheld was a mask floating on the shadows. He caught a faint glimpse above him of the drooping head and livid face of Marius. He made a desperate effort and launched his foot forward. His foot struck something solid, a point of support. It was high time. He straightened himself up and rooted himself upon that point of support with a sort of fury. This produced upon him the effect of the first step in a staircase leading back to life. The point of support, thus encountered in the mire at the supreme moment, was the beginning of the other watershed of the pavement, which had bent but had not given way, and which had curved under the water like a plank and in a single piece. Well-built pavements form a vault, and possess this sort of firmness. This fragment of the vaulting, partly submerged, but solid, was a veritable inclined plane, and, once on this plane, he was safe. Jean Valjean mounted this inclined plane and reached the other side of the quagmire. As he emerged from the water, he came in contact with a stone and fell upon his knees. He reflected that this was but just, and he remained there for some time, with his soul absorbed in words addressed to God. He rose to his feet, shivering, chilled, foul-smelling, bowed beneath the dying man whom he was dragging after him, all dripping with slime, and his soul filled with a strange light. End of Book 3, Chapter 5 and 6. Recording by Catherine, Hong Kong, March 2010. Chapter 7 and 8 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Jean Valjean. Chapter 7. One sometimes runs aground when one fancies that one is disembarking. He set out on his way once more. However, although he had not left his life in the Fantine, he seemed to have left his strength behind him there. That supreme effort had exhausted him. His lassitude was now such that he was obliged to pause for breath every 3 or 4 steps and lean against the wall. Once he was forced to seat himself on the banquette in order to alter Marius' position, and he thought that he should have to remain there. But if his vigor was dead, his energy was not. He rose again. He walked on desperately, almost fast, proceeded thus for 100 paces, almost without drawing breath, and suddenly came in contact with the wall. He had reached an elbow of the sewer, and, arriving at the turn with head bent down, he had struck the wall. He raised his eyes, and at the extremity of the vault, very, very far away in front of him, he perceived a light. This time it was not that terrible light. It was good, white light. It was daylight. Jean Valjean saw the outlet. A damned soul, who, in the midst of the furnace, should suddenly perceive the outlet of Gehenna, would experience what Jean Valjean felt. It would fly wildly with the stumps of its burned wings towards that radiant portal. Jean Valjean was no longer conscious of fatigue. He no longer felt Marius' weight. He found his legs once more of steel. He ran rather than walked. As he approached, the outlet became more and more distinctly defined. It was a pointed arch, lower than the vault, which gradually narrowed, and narrower than the gallery, which closed in as the vault grew lower. The tunnel ended like the interior of a funnel, a faulty construction, imitated from the wickets of penitentiaries, logical in a prison, illogical in a sewer, and which has since been corrected. Jean Valjean reached the outlet. There he halted. It certainly was the outlet, but he could not get out. The arch was closed by a heavy grating, and the grating, which, to all appearance, rarely swung on its rusty hinges, was clamped to its stone jamb by a thick lock, which, red with rust, seemed like an enormous brick. The keyhole could be seen, and the robust latch, deeply sunk in the iron staple. The door was plainly double-locked. It was one of those prison locks which old Paris was so fond of lavishing. Beyond the grating was the open air, the river, the daylight, the shore, very narrow, but sufficient for escape. The distant quays, Paris, that gulf in which one so easily hides oneself, the broad horizon, liberty. On the right, downstream, the bridge of Genappe was discernible. On the left, upstream, the bridge of the Invalides. The place would have been a propitious one in which to await the night and to escape. It was one of the most solitary points in Paris, the shore which faces the Grand Caillou. Flies were entering and emerging through the bars of the grating. It might have been 8:30 in the evening. The day was declining. Jean Valjean laid Marius down along the wall, on the dry portion of the vaulting. Then he went to the grating and clenched both fists round the bars. The shock which he gave it was frenzied, but it did not move. The grating did not stir. Jean Valjean seized the bars one after the other, in the hope that he might be able to tear away the least solid, and to make of it a lever wherewith to raise the door or break the lock. Not a bar stirred. The teeth of a tiger are not more firmly fixed in their sockets. No lever, no prying possible. The obstacle was invincible. There was no means of opening the gate. Must he then stop there? What was he to do? What was to become of him? He had not the strength to retrace his steps, to recommence the journey which he had already taken. Besides, how was he to again traverse that quagmire whence he had only extricated himself as by a miracle? And, after the quagmire, was there not the police patrol, which assuredly could not be twice avoided? And then whither was he to go? What direction should he pursue? To follow the incline would not conduct him to his goal. If he were to reach another outlet, he would find it obstructed by a plug or a grating. Every outlet was undoubtedly closed in that manner. Chance had unsealed the grating through which he had entered, but it was evident that all the other sewer mouths were barred. He had only succeeded in escaping into a prison. All was over. Everything that Jean Valjean had done was useless. Exhaustion had ended in failure. They were both caught in the immense and gloomy web of death, and Jean Valjean felt the terrible spider running along those black strands and quivering in the shadows. He turned his back to the grating and fell upon the pavement, hurled to earth rather than seated, close to Marius, who still made no movement, and with his head bent between his knees. This was the last drop of anguish. Of what was he thinking during this profound depression? Neither of himself nor of Marius. He was thinking of Cosette. Chapter 8. The Torn Coat Tail. In the midst of this prostration, a hand was laid on his shoulder, and a low voice said to him, "Half shares." Some person in that gloom? Nothing so closely resembles a dream as despair. Jean Valjean thought that he was dreaming. He had heard no footsteps. Was it possible? He raised his eyes. A man stood before him. This man was clad in a blouse. His feet were bare. He held his shoes in his left hand. He had evidently removed them in order to reach Jean Valjean without allowing his steps to be heard. Jean Valjean did not hesitate for an instant. Unexpected as was this encounter, this man was known to him. The man was Thénardier. Although awakened, so to speak, with a start, Jean Valjean, accustomed to alarms, and steeled to unforeseen shocks that must be promptly parried, instantly regained possession of his presence of mind. Moreover, The situation could not be made worse. A certain degree of stress is no longer capable of a crescendo, and Thénardier himself could add nothing to this blackness of this night. A momentary pause ensued. Thénardier, raising his right hand to a level with his forehead, formed with it a shade. Then he brought his eyelashes together by screwing up his eyes, a motion which, in connection with a slight contraction of the mouth, characterizes the sagacious attention of a man who is endeavoring to recognize another man. He did not succeed. Jean Valjean, as we have just stated, had his back turned to the light, and he was, moreover, so disfigured, so bemired, so bleeding, that he would have been unrecognizable in full noonday. On the contrary, illuminated by the light from the grating, a cellar light, it is true, livid, yet precise in its lividness, Thénardier, as the energetic popular metaphor expresses it, immediately leapt into Jean Valjean's eyes. This inequality of conditions sufficed to assure some advantage to Jean Valjean in that mysterious duel which was on the point of beginning between the two situations and the two men. The encounter took place between Jean Valjean veiled and Thénardier unmasked. Jean Valjean immediately perceived that Thénardier did not recognize him. They surveyed each other for a moment in that half-gloom, as though taking each other's measure. Thénardier was the first to break the silence. "How are you going to manage to get out?" Jean Valjean made no reply. Thénardier continued: "It's impossible to pick the lock of that gate. But still you must get out of this." "That is true," said Jean Valjean. "Well, half shares, then." "What do you mean by that?" "You have killed that man, that's all right. I have the key." Thénardier pointed to Marius. He went on: "I don't know you, but I want to help you. You must be a friend." Jean Valjean began to comprehend. Thénardier took him for an assassin. Thénardier resumed: "Listen, comrade. You didn't kill that man without looking to see what he had in his pockets. Give me my half. I'll open the door for you." And half drawing from beneath his tattered blouse a huge key, he added: "Do you want to see how a key to liberty is made? Look here." Jean Valjean remained stupid. The expression belongs to the elder Corneille, to such a degree that he doubted whether what he beheld was real. It was Providence appearing in horrible guise, and his good angel springing from the earth, in the form of Thénardier. Thénardier thrust his fist into a large pocket concealed under his blouse, drew out a rope, and offered it to Jean Valjean. "Hold on," said he, "I'll give you the rope to boot." "What is the rope for?" "You will need a stone also, but you can find one outside. There's a heap of rubbish." "What am I to do with the stone?" "Idiot! You'll want to sling that stiff into the river. You'll need a stone and a rope, otherwise it would float on the water." Jean Valjean took the rope. There is no one who does not occasionally accept in this mechanical way. Thénardier snapped his fingers, as though an idea had suddenly occurred to him. "Ah, see here, comrade! How did you contrive to get out of that slough yonder? I haven't dared to risk myself in it. Phew! You don't smell good." After a pause he added: "I'm asking you questions, but you're perfectly right not to answer. It's an apprenticeship against that cursed quarter of an hour before the examining magistrate. And then, when you don't talk at all, you run no risk of talking too loud. That's no matter, as I can't see your face, and as I don't know your name, you are wrong in supposing that I don't know who you are and what you want. I twig. You've broken up that gentleman a bit. Now you want to tuck him away somewhere. The river, that great hider of folly, is what you want. I'll get you out of your scrape. Helping a good fellow in a pinch is what suits me to a hair." While expressing his approval of Jean Valjean's silence, he endeavored to force him to talk. He jostled his shoulder in an attempt to catch a sight of his profile, and he exclaimed, without, however, raising his tone: "Apropos of that quagmire, you're a hearty animal. Why didn't you toss the man in there?" Jean Valjean preserved silence. Thénardier resumed, pushing the rag which served him as a cravat to the level of his Adam's apple, a gesture which completes the capable air of a serious man. "After all, you acted wisely. The workmen, when they come tomorrow to stop up that hole, would certainly have found the stiff abandoned there, and it might have been possible, thread by thread, straw by straw, to pick up the scent and reach you. Someone has passed through the sewer. Who? Where did he get out? Was he seen to come out? The police are full of cleverness. The sewer is treacherous and tells tales of you. Such a find is a rarity. It attracts attention. Very few people make use of the sewers for their affairs, while the river belongs to everybody. The river is the true grave. At the end of a month they fish up your man in the nets at St. Cloud. Well, what does one care for that? It's carrion. Who killed that man? Paris. And justice makes no inquiries. You have done well. The more loquacious Thénardier became, the more mute was Jean Valjean. Again Thénardier shook him by the shoulder. Now let's settle this business. Let's go shares. You have seen my key. Show me your money. Thénardier was haggard, fierce, suspicious, rather menacing, yet amicable. There was one singular circumstance. Thénardier's manners were not simple. He had not the air of being wholly at his ease. While affecting an air of mystery, he spoke low. From time to time he laid his finger on his mouth, and muttered, "Hush!" It was difficult to divine why. There was no one there except themselves. Jean Valjean thought that other ruffians might possibly be concealed in some nook, not very far off, and that Thénardier did not care to share with them. Thénardier resumed: "Let's settle up. How much did the stiff have in his bags?" Jean Valjean searched his pockets. It was his habit, as the reader will remember, to always have some money about him. The mournful life of expedients to which he had been condemned imposed this as a law upon him. On this occasion, however, he had been caught unprepared. When donning his uniform of a National Guardsman on the preceding evening, he had forgotten, dolefully absorbed as he was, to take his pocket-book. He had only some small change in his fob. He turned out his pocket, all soaked with ooze, and spread out on the banquette of the vault 1 louis d'or, 2 5-franc pieces, and 5 or 6 large sous. Thénardier thrust out his lower lip with a significant twist of the neck. "You knocked him over cheap," said he. He set to feeling the pockets of Jean Valjean and Marius with the greatest familiarity. Jean Valjean, who was chiefly concerned in keeping his back to the light, let him have his way. While handling Marius' coat, Thénardier, with the skill of a pickpocket, and without being noticed by Jean Valjean, tore off a strip which he concealed under his blouse, probably thinking that this morsel of stuff might serve, later on, to identify the assassinated man and the assassin. However, he found no more than the 30 francs. "That's true," said he. "Both of you together have no more than that." And, forgetting his motto, half shares, he took all. He hesitated a little over the large sous. After due reflection, he took them also, muttering, "Never mind, you cut folks' throats too cheap altogether." That done, he once more drew the big key from under his blouse. "Now, my friend, you must leave. It's like the fare here, you pay when you go out. You have paid, now clear out." And he began to laugh. Had he, in lending to this stranger the aid of his key, and in making some other man than himself emerge from that portal, the pure and disinterested intention of rescuing an assassin? We may be permitted to doubt this. Thénardier helped Jean Valjean to replace Marius on his shoulders. Then he betook himself to the grating on tiptoe, and barefooted, making Jean Valjean a sign to follow him, looked out, laid his finger on his mouth, and remained for several seconds, as though in suspense. His inspection finished, he placed the key in the lock. The bolt slipped back, and the gate swung open. It neither grated nor squeaked. It moved very softly. It was obvious that this gate and those hinges, carefully oiled, were in the habit of opening more frequently than was supposed. This softness was suspicious. It hinted at furtive comings and goings, silent entrances and exits of nocturnal men, and the wolf-like tread of crime. The sewer was evidently an accomplice of some mysterious band. This taciturn grating was a receiver of stolen goods. Thénardier, opened the gate a little way, allowing just sufficient space for Jean Valjean to pass out, closed the grating again, gave the key a double turn in the lock, and plunged back into the darkness, without making any more noise than a breath. He seemed to walk with the velvet paws of a tiger. A moment later, that hideous providence had retreated into the invisibility. Jean Valjean found himself in the open air. End of Book 3, Chapter 7 and 8. Recording by Catherine. Hong Kong, March 2010.
Chapter 9 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Reed. Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3 Mud But the Soul. Chapter 9 Marius produces on someone who is a judge of the matter. The effect of being dead. He allowed Marius to slide down upon the shore. They were in open air. The miasmas, darkness, horror lay behind him. The pure, healthful, living, joyous air that was easy to breathe inundated him. Everywhere around him reigned silence, but that charming silence when the sun has set in an unclouded azure sky. Twilight had descended. Night was drawing on. The great deliverer, the friend of all those who need a mantle of darkness that they may escape from an anguish. The sky presented itself in all directions like an enormous calm. The river flowed to his feet with the sound of a kiss. The aerial dialogue of the nests bidding each other good night in the elms of the Champs-Élysées was audible. A few stars, daintily piercing the pale blue of the zenith, and visible to reverie alone, formed imperceptible little splendors amid the immensity. Evening was unfolding over the head of Jean Valjean all the sweetness of the infinite. It was that exquisite and undecided hour which says neither yes nor no. Night was already sufficiently advanced to render it possible to lose oneself at a little distance, and yet there was sufficient daylight to permit of recognition at close quarters. For several seconds Jean Valjean was irresistibly overcome by that august and caressing serenity. Such moments of oblivion do come to men. Suffering refrains from harassing the unhappy wretch. Everything is eclipsed in the thoughts. Peace broods over the dreamer like night, and beneath the twilight which beams, and in imitation of the sky which is illuminated, the soul becomes studded with stars. Jean Valjean could not refrain from contemplating that vast, clear shadow which rested over him. Thoughtfully he bathed in the sea of ecstasy and prayer in the majestic silence of the eternal heavens. Then he bent down swiftly to Marius, as though the sentiment of duty had returned to him, and dipping up water in the hollow of his hand, he gently sprinkled a few drops on the latter's face. Marius's eyelids did not open, but his half-open mouth still breathed. Jean Valjean was on the point of dipping his hand in the river once more, when all at once he experienced an indescribable embarrassment, such as a person feels when there is someone behind him whom he does not see. We have already alluded to this impression, with which everyone is familiar. He turned round. Someone was in fact behind him, as there had been a short while before. A man of lofty stature, enveloped in a long coat, with folded arms, and bearing in his right fist a bludgeon of which the leaden head was visible, stood a few paces in the rear of the spot where Jean Valjean was crouching over Marius. With the aid of the darkness, it seemed a sort of apparition. An ordinary man would have been alarmed because of the twilight, a thoughtful man on account of the bludgeon. Jean Valjean recognized Javert. The reader has divined, no doubt, that Thénardier's pursuer was no other than Javert. Javert, after his unlooked-for escape from the barricade, had betaken himself to the prefecture of police, had rendered a verbal account to the prefect in person in a brief audience, had then immediately gone on duty again, which implied The note, the reader will recollect, which had been captured on his person, a certain surveillance of the shore on the right bank of the Seine near the Champs-Élysées, which had for some time past aroused the attention of the police. There he had caught sight of Thénardier and had followed him. The reader knows the rest. Thus it will be easily understood that grating, so obligingly opened to Jean Valjean, was a bit of cleverness on Thénardier's part. Thénardier intuitively felt that Javert was still there. The man spied upon has a scent which never deceives him. It was necessary to fling a bone to that sleuth-hound. An assassin! What a godsend! Such an opportunity must never be allowed to slip. Thénardier, by putting Jean Valjean outside in his stead, provided a prey for the police, forced them to relinquish his scent, made them forget him in a bigger adventure, repaid Javert for his waiting, which always flatters a spy, earned 30 francs, and counted with certainty, so far as he himself was concerned, on escaping with the aid of this diversion. Jean Valjean had fallen from one danger upon another. These two encounters, this falling one after the other, from Thénardier upon Javert, was a rude shock. Javert did not recognize Jean Valjean, who, as we have stated, no longer looked like himself. He did not unfold his arms. He made sure of his bludgeon in his fist by an imperceptible movement, and said in a curt, calm voice, "Who are you?" "I." "Who is I?" "Jean Valjean." Javert thrust his bludgeon between his teeth, bent his knees, inclined his body, laid his two powerful hands on the shoulders of Jean Valjean, which were clamped within them as in a couple of vices, scrutinized him, and recognized him. Their faces almost touched. Javert's look was terrible. Jean Valjean remained inert beneath Javert's grasp, like a lion submitting to the claws of a lynx. "Inspector Javert," he said, "you have me in your power. Moreover, I have regarded myself as your prisoner ever since this morning. I did not give you my address with any intention of escaping from you. Take me. Only grant me one favor." Javert did not appear to hear him. He kept his eyes riveted on Jean Valjean. His chin being contracted, thrust his lips upward toward his nose, a sign of savage reverie. At length he released Jean Valjean, straightened himself stiffly up without bending, grasped his bludgeon again firmly, and, as though in a dream, he murmured rather than uttered this question, "What are you doing here? And who is this man?" He still abstained from addressing Jean Valjean as thou. Jean Valjean replied, and the sound of his voice appeared to rouse Javert. "It is with regard to him that I desire to speak to you. Dispose of me as you see fit, but first help me to carry him home. That is all I ask of you." Javert's face contracted, as was always the case when anyone seemed to think him capable of making a concession. Nevertheless, he did not say no. Again he bent over, drew from his pocket a handkerchief which he moistened in the water, and with which he then wiped Marius's blood-stained brow. "This man was at the barricade?" said he in a low voice, as though speaking to himself. "He is the one they call Marius." A spy of the first quality, who had observed everything, listened to everything, and taken in everything, even when he thought that he was to die, who had played the spy even in his agony, and who, with his elbows leaning on the first step of the sepulchre, had taken notes. He seized Marius's hand and felt his pulse. "He is wounded," said Jean Valjean. "He is a dead man," said Javert. Jean Valjean replied, "No, not yet." "So you have brought him thither from the barricade?" remarked Javert. His preoccupation must indeed have been very profound for him not to insist on this alarming rescue through the sewer, and for him not to even notice Jean Valjean's silence after his question. Jean Valjean, on his side, seemed to have but one thought. He resumed, He lives in Marais, Rue des Filles de Javert, with his grandfather. I do not recollect his name. Jean Valjean fumbled in Marius's pocket, pulled out his pocketbook, opened it at the page which Marius had penciled, and held it out to Javert. There was still sufficient light to admit of reading. Besides this, Javert possessed in his eye the feline phosphorescence of night-birds. He deciphered the few lines written by Marius, and muttered, Clermont, Rue des Filles de Javert, number 6. Then he exclaimed, Coachman! The reader will remember that the hackney coach was waiting in case of need. Javert kept Marius's pocketbook. A moment later the carriage, which had descended by the inclined plane of the watering-place, was on the shore. Marius was laid upon the back seat, and Javert seated himself on the front seat, beside Jean Valjean. The door slammed, and the carriage drove rapidly away, ascending the quays in the direction of the Bastille. They quitted the quays and entered the streets. The coachman, a black form on his box, whipped up his thin horses. A glacial silence reigned in the carriage. Marius, motionless, with his body resting in the corner and his head drooping on his breast, his arms hanging, his legs stiff, seemed to be awaiting only a coffin. Jean Valjean seemed made of shadow, and Javert of stone, and in that vehicle full of night, whose interior, every time that it passed in front of a street lamp, appeared to be turned lividly wan, as by an intermittent flash of lightning, chance had united and seemed to be bringing face to face the three forms of tragic immobility, the corpse, the spectre, and the statue. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Brian Reed. You can find more information on Brian Reed at his website, reid2me.webs.com. That's readtome.webs.com. Chapter 10 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Reed. Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Mud But the Soul. Chapter 10. Return of the Son who was prodigal of his life. At every jolt over the pavement, a drop of blood trickled from Marius's hair. Night had fully closed in when the carriage arrived at number 6, Rue des Filles de Javert. Javert was the first to alight. He made sure with one glance of the number on the carriage gate, and, raising the heavy knocker of beaten iron, embellished in the old style with a male goat and a satyr confronting each other, he gave a violent peal. The gate opened a little way, and Javert gave it a push. The porter half made his appearance, yawning, vaguely awake, and with a candle in his hand. Everyone in the house was asleep. People go to bed betimes in the Marais, especially on days when there is a revolt. This good old quarter, terrified at the revolution, takes refuge in slumber, as children, when they hear the bugaboo coming, hide their heads hastily under their coverlet. In the meantime, Jean Valjean and the coachman had taken Marius out of the carriage, Jean Valjean supporting him under the armpits, and the coachman under the knees. As they thus bore Marius, Jean Valjean slipped his hand under the latter's clothes, which were broadly rent, felt his breast, and assured himself that his heart was still beating. It was even beating a little less feebly, as though the movement of the carriage had brought about a certain fresh access of life. Javert addressed the porter in a tone befitting the government and the presence of the porter of a factious person. "Some person whose name is Gillenormand?" "Here. What do you want with him?" "His son is brought back." "His son?" said the porter stupidly. "He is dead." Jean Valjean, who, soiled and tattered, stood behind Javert, and whom the porter was surveying with some horror, made a sign to him with his head that this was not so. The porter did not appear to understand either Javert's words or Jean Valjean's sign. Javert continued, "He went to the barricade, and here he is." "To the barricade?" ejaculated the porter. "He has got himself killed. Go waken his father." The porter did not stir. "Go along with you," repeated Javert, and he added, "There will be a funeral here tomorrow." For Javert, the usual incidents of the public highway were categorically classed, which is the beginning of foresight and surveillance, and each contingency had its own compartment. All possible facts were arranged in drawers, as it were, whence they emerged on occasion in variable quantities: in the street, uproar, revolt, carnival, and funeral. The porter contented himself with waking Basque. Basque woke Nicolette. Nicolette roused great-aunt Gillenormand. As for the grandfather, they let him sleep on, thinking that he would hear about the matter early enough in any case. Marius was carried up to the first floor, without any one in the other parts of the house being aware of the fact, and deposited on an old sofa in Monsieur Gillenormand's antechamber. And while Basque went in search of a physician, and while Nicolette opened the linen presses, Jean Valjean felt Javert touch him on the shoulder. He understood, and descended the stairs, having behind him the step of Javert, who was following him. The porter watched them take their departure, as he had watched their arrival, in terrified somnolence. They entered the carriage once more, and the coachman mounted his box. "Inspector Javert," said Jean, "grant me yet another favor." "What is it?" demanded Javert roughly. "Let me go home for 1 instant. Then you shall do whatever you like with me." Javert remained silent for a few moments, with his chin drawn back into the collar of his greatcoat, and he lowered the glass and front. "Driver," said he, "Rue de Léon-Marme, number 7. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Recording by Brian Reed. You can find more information on Brian Reed at his website, reid2me.webs.com. That's readtome.webs.com. Chapter 11 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Reed. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Mud But the Soul. Chapter 11. Concussion in the Absolute. They did not open their lips again during the whole space of their ride. What did Jean Valjean want? To finish what he had begun, to warn Cosette, to tell her where Marius was, to give her, possibly, some other useful information, to take, if he could, certain final measures. As for himself, so far as he was personally concerned, all was over. He had been seized by Javert, and had not resisted. Any other man than himself in a like situation would, perhaps, have had some vague thoughts connected with the rope which Thénardier had given him, and of the bars of the first cell that he should enter. But let us impress it upon the reader, after the bishop, there had existed in Jean Valjean a profound hesitation in the presence of any violence, even when directed against himself. Suicide, that mysterious act of violence against the unknown which may contain in a measure the death of the soul, was impossible to Jean Valjean. At the entrance to the Rue de Léon-Marme, the carriage halted, the way being too narrow to admit of the entrance of vehicles. Javert and Jean Valjean alighted. The coachman humbly represented to Monsieur l'Inspecteur that the Utrecht velvet of his carriage was all spotted with the blood of the assassinated man, and with mire from the assassin. That is the way he understood it. He added that an indemnity was due him. At the same time, drawing his certificate book from his pocket, he begged the inspector to have the goodness to write him a bit of an attestation. Javert thrust aside the book which the coachman held out to him, and said, "How much do you want, including your time of waiting in the drive?" "It comes to 7 hours and a quarter," replied the man, "and my velvet was perfectly new. 80 francs, Monsieur Inspector." Javert drew 4 Napoleons from his pocket and dismissed the carriage. Jean Valjean fancied that it was Javert's intention to conduct him on foot to the post of the Blanc-Manteau, or to the post of the Archives, both of which are close at hand. They entered the street. It was deserted as usual. Javert followed Jean Valjean. They reached number 7. Jean Valjean knocked. The door opened. "It is well," said Javert. "Go upstairs." He added, with a strange expression, and as though he were exerting an effort in speaking in this manner, "I will wait for you here." Jean Valjean looked at Javert. This mode of procedure was but little in accord with Javert's habits. However, he could not be greatly surprised that Javert should now have a sort of haughty confidence in him, the confidence of the cat which grants the mouse liberty to the length of its claws, seeing that Jean Valjean had made up his mind to surrender himself and to make an end of it. He pushed open the door, entered the house, called to the porter who was in bed and who had pulled the cord from his couch. "It is I," and ascended the stairs. On arriving at the first floor, he paused. All sorrowful roads have their stations. The window on the landing place, which was a sash window, was open. As in many ancient houses, the staircase got its light from without and had a view on the street. The street lantern, situated directly opposite, cast some light on the stairs, and thus effected some economy in illumination. Jean Valjean, either for the sake of getting the air or mechanically, thrust his head out of this window. He leaned out over the street. It is short, and the lantern lighted it from end to end. Jean Valjean was overwhelmed with amazement. There was no longer anyone there. Javert had taken his departure. End of Book 3, Chapter 11. Recording by Brian Reed. You can find more information on Brian Reed at his website, reid2me.webs.com. That's readtome.webs.com. Chapter 12 of Book 3 of Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Reed. Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 3, Mud but the Soil. Chapter 12, The Grandfather. Bosque and the porter had carried Marius into the drawing-room. As he lay still, stretched out, motionless on the sofa upon which he had been placed on his arrival, the doctor who had been sent for had hastened thither. Aunt Gillenormand had risen. Aunt Gillenormand went and came, in a fright, wringing her hands and incapable of doing anything but saying, "Heavens, is it possible?" At times she added, "Everything will be covered with blood." When her first horror had passed, a certain philosophy of the situation penetrated her mind and took form in the exclamation, "It was bound to end this way." She did not go so far as "I told you so," which is customary on this sort of occasion. At the physician's orders, a camp bed had been prepared beside the sofa. The doctor examined Marius, and after having found that his pulse was still beating, that the wounded man had no very deep wound on his breast, and that the blood on the corners of his lips proceeded from his nostrils, he had him placed flat on the bed, without a pillow, with his head on the same level as his body, and even a trifle lower, and with his bust bare in order to facilitate respiration. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, on perceiving that they were undressing Marius, withdrew. She set herself to telling her beads in her own chamber. The trunk had not suffered any internal injury. A bullet, deadened by the pocket-book, had turned aside and made the tour of his ribs with a hideous laceration, which was of no great depth, and consequently not dangerous. The long underground journey had completed the dislocation of the broken collarbone, and the disorder there was serious. The arms had been slashed with sabre cuts. Not a single scar disfigured his face, but his head was fairly covered with cuts. What would be the result of these wounds on the head? Would they stop short at the hairy cuticle, or would they attack the brain? As yet this could not be decided. A grave symptom was that they had caused a swoon, and that people do not always recover from such swoons. Moreover, the wounded man had been exhausted by hemorrhage. From the waist down, the barricade had protected the lower part of the body from injury. Basque and Nicolette tore linen and prepared bandages. Nicolette sewed them, Basque rolled them. As lint was lacking, the doctor, for the time being, arrested the bleeding with layers of wadding. Beside the bed, 3 candles burned on a table where the case of surgical instruments lay spread out. The doctor bathed Marius's face and hair with cold water. A full pail was reddened in an instant. The porter, candle in hand, lighted them. The doctor seemed to be pondering sadly. From time to time he made a negative sign with his head, as though replying to some question which he had inwardly addressed to himself. A bad sign for the sick man are these mysterious dialogues of the doctor with himself. At the moment when the doctor was wiping Marius's face, and lightly touching his still closed eyes with his finger, a door opened at the end of the drawing-room, and a long, pallid figure made its appearance. This was the grandfather. The revolt had for the past 2 days deeply agitated, enraged, and engrossed the mind of Monsieur Gillenormand. He had not been able to sleep on the previous night, and he had been in a fever all day long. In the evening he had gone to bed very early, recommending that everything in the house should be well barred, and he had fallen into a doze through sheer fatigue. Old men sleep lightly. Monsieur Gillenormand's chamber adjoined the drawing-room, and in spite of all the precautions that had been taken, the noise had awakened him. Surprised at the rift of light which he saw under his door, he had risen from his bed, and had groped his way thither. He stood astonished on the threshold, one hand on the handle of the half-opened door, with his head bent a little forward and quivering, his body wrapped in a white dressing-gown, which was straight and as destitute of folds as a winding sheet, and he had the air of a phantom who is gazing into a tomb. He saw the bed, and on the mattress that young man, bleeding, white with a waxen whiteness, with closed eyes and gaping mouth, and pallid lips, stripped to the waist, slashed all over with crimson wounds, motionless and brilliantly lighted up. The grandfather trembled from head to foot as powerfully as ossified limbs can tremble. His eyes, whose corneae were yellow on account of his great age, were veiled in a sort of vitreous glitter. His whole face assumed in an instant the earthy angles of a skull. His arms fell pendant, as though a spring had broken, and his amazement was betrayed by the outspreading of the fingers of his 2 aged hands, which quivered all over. His knees formed an angle in front, allowing, through the opening in his dressing-gown, a view of his poor bare legs, all bristling with white hairs, and he murmured, "Marius." "Sir," said Basque, "Monsieur has just been brought back. He went to the barricade and—" "He is dead," cried the old man in a terrible voice. "Ah, the rascal!" Then a sort of sepulchral transformation straightened up this centenarian as erect as a young man. "Sir," said he, "you are the doctor. Begin by telling me one thing. He is dead, is he not? The doctor, who was at the highest pitch of anxiety, remained silent. Monsieur Gillenormand wrung his hands with an outburst of terrible laughter. He's dead! He's dead! He's dead! He has got himself killed on the barricade out of hatred for me! I did that to spite me! Ah, you blood drinker! This is how it returns to me! Misery of my life! He is dead! He went to the window, threw it open, wide as if he were stifling, and direct before the darkness he began to talk into the street, to the night. Pierced, severed, exterminated, slashed to pieces. Just look at that villain. He knew that I was waiting for him, that I had his room arranged, that I had placed at the head of my bed his portrait taken when he was a little child. He knew well that he had only to come back, that I had been recalling him for years, and that I remained by my fireside with my hands on my knees, not knowing what to do, and that I was mad over it. He knew well that you had but to return and to say, "It is I," and you would have been the master of the house, and that I should have obeyed you, and that you could have done whatever you pleased with your old numbskull of a grandfather. You knew that well, and you said, "No, he is a royalist. I will not go," and you went to the barricades, and you got yourself killed out of malice, to revenge yourselves for what I said about Monsieur le Duc de Paris. It is infamous. Go to bed and then sleep tranquilly. He is dead, and this is my awakening. The doctor, who was beginning to be uneasy in both quarters, quitted Marius for a moment, went to Monsieur Gillenormand, and took his arm. The grandfather turned round, gazed at him with eyes that seemed exaggerated in size and bloodshot, and said to him calmly, "I thank you, sir. I am composed. I am a man. I witnessed the death of Louis XVI. I know how to bear events. One thing is terrible, and that is to think that it is your newspapers which do all the mischief. You scribblers, chatterers, lawyers, orators, tribunes, discussions, progress, enlightenment, the rights of man, the liberty of the press, and this is the way that your children would be brought home to you. Ah, Marius, it is abominable. Guilt, dead before me. A barricade. Ah, the scamp. Doctor, you live in this quarter, I believe. Oh, I know you well. I see your cabriolet pass my window. I am going to tell you. You are wrong to think that I am angry. One does not fly into rage against a dead man. That would be stupid. This is a child whom I have reared. I was already old when he was very young. He played in the Tuileries garden with his little shovel and his little chair, and in order that the inspectors might not grumble, I stopped up the holes that he made into the earth with his shovel with my cane. One day he proclaimed, "Down with Louis XVIII," and off he went. It was no fault of mine. He was all rosy and blonde. His mother is dead. Have you ever noticed that all little children are blonde? Why is this so? He is the son of one of those brigands of the Loire, but children are innocent of their father's crimes. I remember when he was no higher than that. He could not manage to pronounce his D's. He had a way of talking that was so sweet and indistinct that you would have thought it was a bird chirping. I remember that once, in front of the Hercules furnace, people formed a circle to admire him and marvel at him. He was so handsome. It was that child. He had a head such as you see in pictures. I talked in a deep voice, and I frightened him with my cane, but he knew very well that it was only to make him laugh. In the morning, when he entered my room, I grumbled, but he was like the sunlight to me, all the same. One cannot defend oneself against those brats. They take hold of you. They hold you fast. They never let you go again. The truth is that there never was a Cupid like that child. Now, what can you say for your Lafayette, your Benjamin Constant, and your Tiracuir de Courcelles who have killed him? This cannot be allowed to pass in this fashion. He approached Marius, who still lay livid and motionless, and to whom the physician had returned, and began once more to wring his hands. The old man's pallid lips moved as though mechanically, and permitted the passage of words that were barely audible, like breaths in the death agony. Honest lad, the beast, wretch, breast. Reproaches in the low voice of an agonizing man, addressed to a corpse. Little by little, as it is always indispensable that internal eruptions should come to the light, the sequence of words returned, but the grandfather appeared no longer to have the strength to utter them. His voice was so weak and extinct that it seemed to come from the other side of an abyss. It is all the same to me. I am going to die too, that I am, and to think that there is not a hussy in Paris who would not have been delighted to make this wretch happy. A scamp who, instead of amusing himself and enjoying life, went off to fight and get himself shot down like a brute. And for whom? Why, for the Republic, instead of going to dance at the Chaumière, as it is the duty of young folks to do. What's the use of being 20 years old? The Republic accursed and pretty foul. Poor mothers, we get fine boys too. Come, he is dead. I will make 2 funerals under the same carriage gate. So, you have got yourself arranged like this for the sake of General Lamarck's handsome eyes. What had that General Lamarck done to you? A slasher, a chatterbox, to get oneself killed for a dead man. If that isn't enough to drive anyone mad, just think of it. At 20, and without so much as turning his head to see whether he was not leaving something behind him. That's the way poor, good old fellows are forced to die alone nowadays. Perish in your corner out. Well, after all, so much the better. That is what I was hoping for. This will keep me on the spot. I am too old. I am 100 years old. I am 100,000 years old. I ought by rights to have been dead long ago. This blow puts an end to it. So all is over. What happiness! What is the good of making him inhale ammonia and all that parcel of drugs? You are wasting your trouble, you fool of a doctor. Come, he's dead, completely dead. I know all about it. I am dead myself too. He hasn't done things by half. Yes, this age is infamous. Infamous, and that's what I think of you. Of your ideas, of your systems, of your masters, of your oracles, of your doctors, of your scapegraces operators, of your rascally philosophers, and of all the revolutions which for the last 60 years have been frightening the flocks of crows in the Tuileries. But you were pitiless in getting yourself killed like this. I should not even grieve over your death. Do you understand, you assassin? At that moment, Marius slowly opened his eyes, and his glance, still dimmed by lethargic wonder, rested on Monsieur Gillenormand. Marius! Cried the old man. Marius!
My little Marius, Marcel, my well-behaved son, you open your eyes, you gaze upon me, you are alive, thanks.
And he fell fainting. End of Book 3, Chapter 12. Recording by Brian Reed. You may find other readings by Brian Reed by visiting his website at http://readtome.com, REID2me.com. End of Les Misérables, Volume 5 of 5.
Chapter 1 of Book 4 of Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clark Bell. Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 4th. Javert Derailed. Chapter 1. Javert. Javert passed slowly down the Rue de l'Homme Armé. He walked with drooping head for the first time in his life, and likewise for the first time in his life with his hands behind his back. Up to that day, Javert had borrowed from Napoleon's attitudes only that which is expressive of resolution, with arms folded across the chest. That which is expressive of uncertainty, with the hands behind his back, had been unknown to him. Now a change had taken place. His whole person, slow and somber, was stamped with anxiety. He plunged into the silent streets. Nevertheless, he followed one given direction. He took the shortest cut to the Seine, reached the Quai des Ormes, skirted the quay, passed the Grève, and halted at some distance from the post of the Place du Châtelet, at the angle of the Pont Notre Dame. There, between the Notre Dame and the Pont au Change on the one hand, and the Quai de la Mégisserie and the Quai aux Fleurs on the other, the Seine forms sort of a square lake traversed by a rapid. This point of the Seine is dreaded by mariners. Nothing is more dangerous than this rapid, hemmed in at that epoch and irritated by the piles of the mill on the bridge now demolished. The two bridges, situated thus close together, augment the peril. The water hurries in formidable wise through the arches. It rolls in vast and terrible waves. It accumulates and piles up there. The flood attacks the piles of the bridges as though in an effort to plug them up with great liquid ropes. Men who fall in there never reappear. The best of swimmers are drowned there. Javert leaned both elbows on the parapet, his chin resting in both hands, and while his nails were mechanically twined in the abundance of his whiskers, he meditated. A novelty, a revolution, a catastrophe had just taken place in the depths of his being, and he had something upon which to examine himself. Javert was undergoing horrible suffering. For several hours Javert had ceased to be simple. He was troubled. That brain, so limpid in its blindness, had lost its transparency. That crystal was clouded. Javert felt duty divided within his conscience, and he could not conceal the fact from himself. When he had so unexpectedly encountered Jean Valjean on the banks of the Seine, there had been in him something of the wolf which regains his grip on his prey, and of the dog who finds his master again. He beheld before him two paths, both equally straight, but he beheld two, and that terrified him. Him who had never in all his life known more than one straight line. And the poignant anguish lay in this, that the two paths were contrary to each other. One of these straight lines excluded the other. Which of the two was the true one? His situation was indescribable. To owe his life to a malefactor, to accept that debt and to repay it, to be, in spite of himself, on a level with a fugitive from justice, and to repay his service with another service, to allow it to be said to him, "Go," and to say to the latter in his turn, "Be free," to sacrifice to personal motives duty, that general obligation, and to be conscious in those personal motives of something that was also general, and perchance superior, to betray society in order to remain true to his conscience, that all these absurdities should be realized and should accumulate upon him, that was what overwhelmed him. One thing had amazed him. This was that Jean Valjean should have done him a favor, and one thing petrified him, that he, Javert, should have done Jean Valjean a favor. Where did he stand? He sought to comprehend his position, and could no longer find his bearings. What was he to do now? To deliver up Jean Valjean was bad. To leave Jean Valjean at liberty was bad. In the first case, the man of authority fell lower than the man of the galleys. In the second, a convict rose above the law and set his foot upon it. In both cases, dishonor for him, Javert. There was disgrace in any resolution at which he might arrive. Destiny had some extremities which rise perpendicularly from the impossible, and beyond which life is no longer anything but a precipice. Javert had reached one of those extremities. One of his anxieties consisted in being constrained to think. The very violence of all these conflicting emotions forced him to it. Thought was something to which he was unused, and which was peculiarly painful. In thought there always exists a certain amount of internal rebellion, and it irritated him to have that within him. Thought on any subject whatever, outside of the restricted circle of his functions, would have been for him in any case useless and a fatigue. Thoughts on the day which had just passed was a torture. Nevertheless, it was indispensable that he should take a look into his conscience after such shocks, and render to himself an account of himself. What he had just done made him shudder. He, Javert, had seen fit to decide, contrary to all the regulations of the police, contrary to the whole social and judicial organization, contrary to the entire code, upon a release. This had suited him. He had substituted his own affairs for the affairs of the public. Was not this unjustifiable? Every time that he brought himself face to face with this deed without a name which he had committed, he trembled from head to foot. Upon what should he decide? One sole resource remained to him, to return in all haste to the Rue de la Marne and commit Jean Valjean to prison. It was clear that that was what he ought to do. He could not. Something barred his way in that direction. Something? What? Is there in the world anything outside of the tribunals, executory sentences, the police and the authorities? Javert was overwhelmed. A galley slave, sacred. A convict who could not be touched by the law, and that the deed of Javert. Was it not a fearful thing that Javert and Jean Valjean, the man made to proceed with vigor, the man made to submit, that these two men, who were both the things of the law, should have come to such a pass, that both of them had set themselves above the law? What then? Such enormities were to happen, and no one was to be punished. Jean Valjean, stronger than the whole social order, was to remain at liberty, and he, Javert, was to go on eating the government's bread. His reverie gradually became terrible. He might, athwart this reverie, have also reproached himself on the subject of that insurgent who had been taken to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, but he never even thought of that. The lesser fault was lost in the greater. Besides, that insurgent was obviously a dead man, and legally, death puts an end to pursuit. Jean Valjean was the load which weighed upon his spirit. Jean Valjean disconcerted him. All the axioms which had served him as points of support all his life long had crumbled away in the presence of this man. Jean Valjean's generosity towards him, Javert, crushed him. Other facts which he now recalled, and which he had formerly treated as lies and folly, now recurred to him as realities. Monsieur Madeleine reappeared behind Jean Valjean, and the two figures were superposed in such fashion that they now formed but one, which was venerable. Javert felt that something terrible was penetrating his soul. Admiration for a convict, respect for a galley slave, is that a possible thing? He shuddered at it, yet could not escape from it. In vain did he struggle. He was reduced to confess in his inmost heart the sublimity of that wretch. This was odious. A benevolent malefactor, merciful, gentle, helpful, clement, a convict returning good for evil, giving back pardon for hatred, preferring pity to vengeance, preferring to ruin himself rather than ruin his enemy, saving him who had smitten him, kneeling on the heights of virtue, more nearly akin to an angel than to a man. Javert was constrained to admit to himself that this monster existed. Things could not go on in this manner. Certainly, and we insist upon this point, he had not yielded without resistance to that monster, to that infamous angel, to that hideous hero, who enraged almost as much as he amazed him. 20 times as he sat in that carriage, face to face with Jean Valjean, the legal tiger had roared within him. A score of times he had been tempted to fling himself upon Jean Valjean, to seize him and devour him, that is to say, to arrest him. What more simple, in fact, to cry out at the first post that they passed, "Here is a fugitive from justice who has broken his ban," to summon the gendarmes and say to them, "This man is yours," then to go off, leaving that condemned man there, to ignore the rest, and not to meddle further in the matter. This man is forever a prisoner of the law. The law may do with him what it will. What could be more just? Javert had said all this to himself. He had wished to pass beyond, to act, to apprehend the man, and then, as at present, he had not been able to do it. And every time that his arm had been raised convulsively toward Jean Valjean's collar, his hand had fallen back again as beneath an enormous weight, and in the depths of his thought he had heard a voice, a strange voice, crying to him, "It is well, deliver up your Savior, then have the basin of Pontius Pilate brought, and wash your claws." Then his reflections reverted to himself, and beside Jean Valjean glorified, he beheld himself, Javert, degraded. A convict was his benefactor. But then who had permitted that man to leave him alive? He had the right to be killed in that barricade. He should have asserted that right. It would have been better to summon the other insurgents to his succor against Jean Valjean, to get himself shot by force. His supreme anguish was the loss of certainty. He felt that he had been uprooted. The code was no longer anything more than a stump in his hand. He had to deal with scruples of an unknown species. There had taken place within him a sentimental revelation, entirely distinct from legal affirmation, his only standard of measurement hitherto. To remain in his former uprightness did not suffice. A whole order of unexpected facts had cropped up and subjugated him. A whole new world was dawning on his soul. Kindness accepted and repaid, devotion, mercy, indulgence, violences committed by pity on austerity, respect for persons, no more definitive condemnation, no more conviction, the possibility of a tear in the eye of the law. No one knows what justice according to God, running the inverse sense to justice according to men. He perceived amid the shadows the terrible rising of an unknown moral sun. It horrified him, dazzled him, an owl forced to the gaze of an eagle. He said to himself that it was true that there were exceptional cases, that authority might be put out of countenance, that the rule might be inadequate in the presence of a fact, that everything could not be framed within the text of the code, that the unforeseen compelled obedience, that the virtue of a convict might set a snare for the virtue of the functionary, that destiny did indulge in such ambushes, and he reflected with despair that he himself had not even been fortified against a surprise. He was forced to acknowledge that goodness did exist. This convict had been good, and he himself, unprecedented circumstance, had just been good also. So he was becoming depraved. He found that he was a coward. He conceived a horror of himself. Javert's ideal was not to be human, to be grand, to be sublime. It was to be irreproachable. Now he had just failed in this. How had he come to such a pass? How had all this happened? He could not have told himself. He clasped his head in both hands, but in spite of all that he could do, he could not contrive to explain it to himself. He had certainly always entertained the intention of restoring Jean Valjean to the law, of which Jean Valjean was the captive, and of which he, Javert, was the slave. Not for a single instant, while he held him in his grasp, had he confessed to himself that he entertained the idea of releasing him. It was, in some sort, without his consciousness, that his hand had relaxed and had let him go free. All sorts of interrogation points flashed before his eyes. He put questions to himself and made replies to himself, and his replies frightened him. He asked himself, "What has the convict done, that desperate fellow whom I have pursued even to persecution, and who has had me under his foot, and who could have avenged himself, and who owed it both to his rancor and to his safety, in leaving me my life, in showing mercy upon me? His duty? No, something more. And I, in showing mercy upon him, in my turn? What have I done? My duty? No, something more. So there is something beyond duty?" Here he took fright. His balance became disjointed. One of the scales fell into the abyss. The other rose heavenward, and Javert was no less terrified by the one which was on high than the one which was below. Without being in the least in the world what is called Voltairian, or a philosopher, or incredulous being, on the contrary, respectful by instinct toward the established church, he knew it only as an august fragment of the social whole. Order was his dogma, and sufficed for him. Ever since he had attained to man's estate and the rank of a functionary, he had centered nearly all his religion in the police, being, and here we employ words without the least irony and in their most serious acceptation, being, as we have said, a spy as other men are priests. He had a superior, Monsieur Gisquet. Up to that day he had never dreamed of that other superior, God. This new chief, God, he became unexpectedly conscious of, and he felt embarrassed by him. This unforeseen presence threw him off his bearings. He did not know what to do with this superior. He who was not ignorant of the fact that the subordinate is bound always to bow, that he must not disobey, nor find fault, nor discuss, and that in the presence of a superior who amazes him too greatly, the inferior has no other resource than that of handing in his resignation. But how was he to set about handing in his resignation to God? However things might stand, and it was to this point that he reverted constantly, one fact dominated everything else for him, and that was that he had just committed a terrible infraction of the law. He had just shut his eyes on an escaped convict who had broken his ban. He had just set a galley slave at large. He had just robbed the laws of a man who belonged to them. That was what he had done. He no longer understood himself. The very reasons for his action escaped him. Only their vertigo was left with him. Up to that moment he had lived with that blind faith which gloomy probity engenders. This faith had quitted him. This probity had deserted him. All that he believed in melted away. Truths which he did not wish to recognize were besieging him inexorably. Henceforth he must be a different man. He was suffering from the strange pains of a conscience abruptly operated on for the cataract. He saw that which it was repugnant to him to behold. He felt himself emptied, useless, put out of joint with his past life, turned out, dissolving. Authority was dead within him. He had no longer any reason for existing. A terrible situation to be touched. To be granite and to doubt. To be the statue of chastisement cast in one piece in the mold of the law, and suddenly to become aware of the fact that one cherishes beneath one's breast of bronze something absurd and disobedient which almost resembles a heart. To come to the pass of returning good for good, although one has said to oneself upon that day that the good is evil. To be the watchdog, and to lick the intruder's hand. To be ice and melt. To be the pincers, and to turn into a hand. To suddenly feel one's fingers opening. To relax one's grip. What a terrible thing! The man projectile no longer acquainted with his route and retreating. To be obliged to confess this to oneself. Infallibility is not infallible. There may exist error in the dogma. All has not been said when a code speaks. Society is not perfect. Authority is complicated with vacillation. A crack is possible in the immutable. Judges are but men. The law may err. Tribunals may make a mistake. To behold a rift in the immense blue pane of the firmament. That which was passing in Javert was the fampo of a rectilinear conscience, the derailment of a soul, the crushing of a probity which had been irresistibly launched in a straight line and was breaking against God. It certainly was singular that the stoker of order, that the engineer of authority, mounted on the blind iron horse with its rigid road, could be unseated by a flash of light. That the immovable, the direct, the correct, the geometrical, the passive, the perfect could bend. That there should exist for the locomotive a road to Damascus. God always within man and refractory, he the true conscience to the false, a prohibition to the spark to die out, an order to the ray to remember the sun, an injunction to the soul to recognize the veritable absolute when confronted with the fictitious absolute, humanity which cannot be lost, the human heart indestructible, that splendid phenomenon, the finest perhaps of all our interior marvels. Did Javert understand this? Did Javert penetrate it? Did Javert account for it to himself? Evidently he did not. But beneath the pressure of that incontestable incomprehensibility, he felt his brain bursting. He was less the man transfigured than the victim of this prodigy. In all this he perceived only the tremendous difficulty of existence. It seemed to him that henceforth his respiration was repressed forever. He was not accustomed to having something unknown hanging over his head. Up to this point, everything above him had been to his gaze merely a smooth, limpid, and simple surface. There was nothing incomprehensible, nothing obscure, nothing that was not defined, regularly disposed, linked, precise, circumscribed, exact, limited, closed, fully provided for. Authority was a plain surface. There was no fall in it, no dizziness in its presence. Javert had never beheld the unknown except from below. The irregular, the unforeseen, the disordered opening of chaos, the possible slip over a precipice, this was the work of the lower regions, of rebels, of the wicked, of wretches. Now Javert threw himself back, and he was suddenly terrified by this unprecedented apparition, a gulf on high. What? One was dismantled from top to bottom? One was disconcerted absolutely? In what could one trust? That which had been agreed upon was giving way. What? The defect in society's armor could be discovered by a magnanimous wretch? What? An honest servitor of the law could suddenly find himself caught between two crimes, the crime of allowing a man to escape and the crime of arresting him? Everything was not settled in the orders given by the state to the functionary. There might be blind alleys in duty. What? All this was real. Was it true that an ex-ruffian, weighed down with convictions, could rise erect and end by being in the right? Was this credible? Were there cases in which the law should retire before transfigured crime and stammer its excuses? Yes, that was the state of the case, and Javert saw it, and Javert had touched it. And not only could he not deny it, but he had taken part in it. These were realities. It was abominable that actual facts could reach such deformity. If facts did their duty, they would confine themselves to being proof of the law. Facts. It is God who sends them. Was anarchy then on the point of now descending from on high? Thus, and in the exaggeration of anguish and the optical illusion of consternation, all that might have corrected and restrained this impression was effaced, and society and the human race and the universe were, henceforth, summed up to his eyes in one simple and terrible feature. Thus the penal laws, the thing judged, the force due to legislation, the decree of the sovereign courts, the magistracy, the government, prevention, repression, official cruelty, wisdom, legal infallibility, the principle of authority, all the dogmas on which rest political and civil security, sovereignty, justice, public truth, all this was rubbish, a shapeless mass, chaos. He himself, Javert, the spy of order, incorruptibility in the service of the police, the bulldog providence of society, vanquished and hurled to earth, and erect at the summit of all that ruin, a man with a green cap on his head and a halo round his brow. This was the astounding confusion to which he had come. This was the fearful vision which he bore within his soul. Was this to be endured? No. A violent state, if ever such existed, there were only two ways of escaping from it. One way was to go resolutely to Jean Valjean and restore to his cell the convict from the galleys. The other... Javert quitted the parapet, and with head erect this time, betook himself with a firm tread toward the station-house indicated by a lantern at one of the corners of the Place du Châtelet. On arriving there, he saw through the window a sergeant of police, and he entered. Policemen recognized each other by the way in which they opened the door of a station-house. Javert mentioned his name, showed his card to the sergeant, and seated himself at the table of the post on which a candle was burning. On a table lay a pen, a leaden inkstand, and paper, provided in the event of possible reports and the orders of the night patrols. This table, still completed by its straw-seated chair, is an institution. It exists in all police stations. It is invariably ornamented with a boxwood saucer filled with sawdust and a wafer box of cardboard filled with red wafers, and it forms the lowest stage of official style. It is there that the literature of the state has its beginning. Javert took a pen and a sheet of paper and began to write. This is what he wrote. A few observations for the good of the service. In the first place, I beg Monsieur le Préfet to cast his eyes on this. Secondly, prisoners on arriving after examination take off their shoes and stand barefoot on the flagstones while they are being searched. Many of them cough on their return to prison. This entails hospital expenses. Thirdly, the mode of keeping track of a man with relays of police agents from distance to distance is good, but on important occasions it is requisite that at least two agents should never lose sight of each other, so that, in case one agent should, for any cause, grow weak in his service, the other may supervise him and take his place. Fourthly, it is inexplicable why the special regulation of the prison of the Madelonettes interdicts the prisoner from having a chair even by paying for it. Fifthly, in the Madelonettes there are only 2 bars to the canteen, so that the canteen woman can touch the prisoners with her hand. Sixthly, the prisoners called barkers, who summon the other prisoners to the parlor, force the prisoner to pay them 2 sous to call his name distinctly. This is a theft. Seventhly, for a broken thread 10 sous are withheld in the weaving shop. This is an abuse of the contractor, since the cloth is none the worse for it. Eighthly, it is annoying for visitors to La Force to be obliged to traverse the boys' court in order to reach the parlor of Saint-Marie l'Egyptienne. Ninthly, it is a fact that any day gendarmes can be overheard relating in the courtyard of the prefecture the interrogations put by the magistrates to prisoners. For a gendarme who should be sworn to secrecy, to repeat what he has heard in the examination room is a grave disorder. Tenthly, Madame Henry is an honest woman. Her canteen is very neat, but it is bad to have a woman keep the wicket to the mousetrap of the secret cells. This is unworthy of the conciergerie of a great civilization. Javert wrote these lines in his calmest and most correct chirography, not omitting a single comma, and making the paper screech under his pen. Below the last line he signed, Javert, Inspector of the First Class, the post of the Place du Châtelet, June 7th, 1832, about 1 o'clock in the morning. Javert dried the fresh ink on the paper, folded it like a letter, sealed it, wrote on the back, "Note for the administration," left it on the table, and quitted the post. The glazed and grated door fell to behind him. Again he traversed the Place du Châtelet diagonally, regaining the quay, and returning with automatic precision to the very point which he had abandoned a quarter of an hour previously, leaned on his elbows, and found himself again in the same attitude, on the same paving stone of the parapet. He did not appear to have stirred. The darkness was complete. It was the sepulchral moment which follows midnight. A ceiling of clouds concealed the stars. Not a single light burned in the houses of the city. No one was passing. All of the streets and quays which could be seen were deserted. Notre Dame and the towers of the courthouse seemed features of the night. A street lantern reddened the margin of the quay. The outlines of the bridges lay shapeless in the mist, one behind the other. Recent rains had swollen the river. The spot where Javert was leaning was, it will be remembered, situated precisely over the rapids of the Seine, perpendicularly above that formidable spiral of whirlpools which loose and knot themselves again like an endless screw. Javert bent his head and gazed. All was black. Nothing was to be distinguished. A sound of foam was audible, but the river could not be seen. At moments in that dizzy depth a gleam of light appeared and undulated vaguely. Water possessing the power of taking light, no one knows whence, and converting it into a snake. The light vanished, and all became indistinct once more. Immensity seemed thrown open there. What lay below was not water, it was a gulf. The wall of the quay, abrupt, confused, mingled with the vapors, instantly concealed from sight, produced the effect of an escarpment of the infinite. Nothing was to be seen, but the hostile chill of the water and the stale odor of the wet stones could be felt. A fierce breath rose from this abyss. The flood of the river divined rather than perceived the tragic whispering of the waves, the melancholy vastness of the arches of the bridge, the imaginable fall into that gloomy void, into all that shadow, was full of horror. Javert remained motionless for several minutes, gazing at this opening of shadow. He considered the invisible with a fixity that resembled attention. The water roared. All at once he took off his hat and placed it on the edge of the quay. A moment later a tall black figure, which a belated passer-by in the distance might have taken for a phantom, appeared erect upon the parapet of the quay, bent over toward the Seine, then drew itself up again and fell straight down into the shadows. A dull splash followed, and the shadow alone was in the secret of the convulsions of that obscure form which had disappeared beneath the water. End of Book Fourth, Chapter 1. Recording by Clark Bell, Tucson, Arizona.
Chapter 1 of Book 5 of Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5, Grandson and Grandfather, Chapter 1, in which the tree with the zinc plaster appears again. Some time after the events which we have just recorded, Sieur Boulatruelle experienced a lively emotion. Sieur Boulatruelle was that road mender of Montfermeil whom the reader has already seen in the gloomy parts of this book. Boulatruelle, as the reader may perchance recall, was a man who was occupied with divers and troublesome matters. He broke stones and damaged travellers on the highway. Road mender and thief as he was, he cherished one dream. He believed in the treasures buried in the forests of Montfermeil. He hoped some day to find the money in the earth at the foot of the tree. In the meanwhile he lived to search the pockets of passers-by. Nevertheless, for an instant, he was prudent. He had just escaped neatly. He had been, as the reader is aware, picked up in Jondrette's garret, in the company with the other ruffians. Utility of a vice, his drunkenness had been his salvation. The authorities had never been able to make out whether he had been there in the quality of a robber or a man who had been robbed. An order of nolle prosequi, founded on his well authenticated state of intoxication on the evening of the ambush, had set him at liberty. He had taken to his heels. He had returned to his road from Gagny to Lagny to make, under administrative supervision, broken stone for the good of the state. With downcast mien, in a pensive mood, his ardor for theft somewhat cooled, but he was addicted none the less tenderly to the wine which had recently saved him. As for the lively emotion which he had experienced a short time after his return to his road mender's turf-thatched cot, here it is. One morning, Boulatruelle, on his way as is wont to his work, and possibly also to his ambush, a little before daybreak caught sight, through the branches of the trees, of a man, whose back alone he saw, but the shape of his shoulders, as it seemed to him at that distance, and in the early dusk, was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Boulatruelle, although intoxicated, had a correct and lucid memory, a defensive arm that is indispensable to anyone who is at all in conflict with legal order. "Where the deuce have I seen someone like that man yonder?" he said to himself. But he could make himself no answer, except that the man resembled someone of whom his memory preserved a confused trace. However, apart from the identity which he could not manage to catch, Boulatruelle put things together and made calculations. This man did not belong in the countryside. He had just arrived there, on foot evidently. No public conveyance passes through Montfermeil at that hour. He had walked all night. Whence came he? Not from a very great distance, for he had neither haversack nor bundle. From Paris, no doubt. Why was he in these woods? Why was he here at such an hour? What had he come there for? Boulatruelle thought of the treasure. By dint of ransacking his memory, he recalled a vague way that he had already, many years before, had a similar alarm in connection with a man who produced on him the effect that he might well be this very individual. "By the deuce," said Boulatruelle, "I'll find him again. I'll discover the parish of that parishioner. This prowler of Maître Minette has a reason, and I know it. People can't have secrets in my forest if I don't have a finger in the pie." He took his pickaxe, which was very sharply pointed. "There now," he grumbled, "is something that will search the earth and a man." And, as one knots one thread to another thread, he took up the line of march at his best pace in the direction which the man must follow, and set out across the thickets. When he had compassed 100 strides, the day, which was already beginning to break, came to his assistance. Footprints stamped in the sand, weeds trodden down here and there, heather crushed, young branches in the brushwood bent, and in the act of straightening themselves up again with the graceful deliberation of the arms of a pretty woman who stretches herself up when she wakes, pointed him out a sort of track. He followed it, then lost it. Time was flying. He plunged deeper into the woods, and came to a sort of eminence. An early huntsman who was passing in the distance along the path, whistled the air of Guillery, suggested to him the idea of climbing a tree. Old as he was agile. There stood, close at hand, a beech tree of great size, worthy of Tityrus and of Boulatruelle. Boulatruelle ascended the beech as high as he was able. The idea was a good one. On scrutinizing the solitary waste on the side where the forest is thoroughly entangled and wild, Boulatruelle suddenly caught sight of his man. Hardly has he got his eye upon him when he lost sight of him. The man entered, or rather glided into, an open glade, at a considerable distance, masked by large trees, but with which Boulatruelle was perfectly familiar, on account of having noticed, near a large pile of porous stones, an ailing chestnut tree, bandaged with a sheet of zinc nailed directly upon the bark. This glade was the one which was formerly called Blaru Bottom. The heap of stones, destined for no one knows what employment, which was visibly there 30 years ago, is doubtless still there. Nothing equals a heap of stones in longevity, unless it is a board fence. They are temporary expedients. What a reason for lasting! Boulatruelle, with rapidity of joy, dropped rather than descending from the tree. The lair was unearthed. The question now was to seize the beast. That famous treasure of his dreams was probably there. It is no small matter to reach that glade. By the beaten paths, which indulged in 1,000 teasing zigzags, it required a good quarter of an hour. In a bee line, through the underbrush, which is peculiarly dense, very thorny, and very aggressive in that locality, a full half hour was necessary. Boulatruelle committed the error of not comprehending this. He believed in the straight line, a respectable optical illusion which ruins many a man. The thicket, bristling as it was, struck him as the best road. "Let's take to the wolves' Rue de Rivoli," he said. Boulatruelle, accustomed to taking crooked courses,
was on this occasion guilty of the fault of going straight. He flung himself resolutely into the tangle of undergrowth. He had to deal with holly bushes, nettles, hawthorns, eglantines, thistles, and very irascible brambles. He was much lacerated. At the bottom of the ravine he found water, which he was obliged to traverse. At last he reached the Babu bottom. After the lapse of 40 minutes, sweating, soaked, breathless, scratched, and furious. There was no one in the glade. Boulatruelle reached the heap of stones. It was in its place. It had not been carried off. As for the man, he had vanished into the forest. He had made his escape. Where? In what direction? Into what thicket? Impossible to guess. And, heartrending to say, there, behind the pile of stones, in front of the tree with the sheet of zinc, was freshly turned earth, a pickaxe, abandoned or forgotten, and a hole. The hole was empty. "Thief!" shrieked Boulatruelle, shaking his fist at the horizon. End of Book 5, Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Book 5 of Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anchor. Les Misérables, Volume 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5, Grandfather and Grandson. Chapter 2, Marius, emerging from civil war, makes ready for domestic war. For a long time, Marius was neither dead nor alive. For many weeks he lay in a fever accompanied by delirium, and by tolerably grave cerebral symptoms, caused more by the shocks of the wounds on the head than by the wounds themselves. He repeated Cosette's name for whole nights in the melancholy loquacity of fever, and with the sombre obstinacy of agony. The extent of some of the lesions presented a serious danger, the suppuration of large wounds being always liable to become reabsorbed and consequently to kill the sick man, under certain atmospheric conditions. At every change of weather, at the slightest storm, the physician was uneasy. Above all things, he repeated, let the wounded man be subjected to no emotion. The dressing of the wounds was complicated and difficult, the fixation of apparatus and bandages by cerecloths not having been invented as yet at that epoch. Nicolette used up a sheet as big as the ceiling, as she put it, for lint. It was not without difficulty that the chloruretted lotions and the nitrate of silver overcame the gangrene. As long as there was any danger, Monsieur Gillenormand, seated in despair at his grandson's pillow, was, like Marius, neither alive nor dead. Every day, sometimes twice a day, a very well-dressed gentleman with white hair, such was the description given by the porter, came to inquire about the wounded man, and left a large package of lint for the dressings. Finally, on the 7th of September, 4 months to a day after the sorrowful night when he had been brought back to his grandfather in a dying condition, the doctor declared that he would answer for Marius. Convalescence began. But Marius was forced to remain for 2 months more stretched out on a long chair, on account of the results called up by the fracture of his collar-bone. There always is a last wound like that, which will not close, and which prolongs the dressings indefinitely, to the great annoyance of the sick person. However, this long illness and this long convalescence saved him from all pursuit. In France there is no wrath, not even of a public character, which 6 months will not extinguish. Revolts, in the present state of society, are so much the fault of every one, that they are followed by a certain necessity of shutting the eyes. Let us add that the inexcusable Gisquet order, which enjoined doctors to lodge information against the wounded, having outraged public opinion, and not opinion alone, but the king first of all, the wounded were covered and protected by this indignation, and, with the exception of those who had been made prisoners in the very act of combat, the councils of war did not dare to trouble any one. So Marius was left in peace. Monsieur Gillenormand first passed through all manner of anguish, and then through every form of ecstasy. It was found difficult to prevent his passing every night beside the wounded man. He had his big armchair carried to Marius's bedside. He required his daughter to take the finest linen in the house for compresses and bandages. Mademoiselle Gillenormand, like a sage and elderly person, contrived to spare the fine linen, while allowing the grandfather to think that he was obeyed. Monsieur Gillenormand would not permit anyone to explain to him that for the preparation of lint batiste is not nearly so good as coarse linen, nor new linen as old linen. He was present at all the dressings of the wound from which Mademoiselle Gillenormand modestly absented herself. When the dead flesh was cut away with scissors, he said, "Aye, aye!" Nothing was more touching than to see him with his gentle senile palsy offer the wounded man a cup of his cooling draught. He overwhelmed the doctor with questions. He did not observe that he asked the same ones over and over again. On the day when the doctor announced to him that Marius was out of danger, the good man was in a delirium. He made his porter a present of 3 louis. That evening, on his return to his own chamber, he danced a gavotte, using his thumb and forefinger as castanets, and he sang the following song. Jeanne est née à Fougères, vraie nid d'une bergère, prunelle, j'adore son jupon, carquois, fripon. Amour tu vis en elle, car c'est dans ça que tu mets ton narquois. Moi je la chante et j'aime, plus que Diane même, Jeanne et ce dur téton breton. Love, thou dwellest in her, for 'tis in her eyes that thou placest thy quivers lie scamp. As for me, I sing her, and I love, more than Diana herself, Jeanne and her firm Breton breasts. Then he knelt upon a chair, and Basque, who was watching him through the half-open door, made sure that he was praying. Up to that time he had not believed in God. At each succeeding phase of improvement, which became more and more pronounced, the grandfather raved. He executed a multitude of mechanical actions full of joy. He ascended and descended the stairs, without knowing why. A pretty female neighbour was amazed one morning at receiving a big bouquet. It was Monsieur Gillenormand who had sent it to her. The husband made a jealous scene. Monsieur Gillenormand tried to draw Nicolette upon his knees. He called Marius Monsieur le Baron. He shouted, "Long live the Republic!" Every moment he kept asking the doctor, "Is he no longer in danger?" He gazed upon Marius with the eyes of a grandmother. He brooded over him while he ate. He no longer knew himself. He no longer rendered himself an account of himself. Marius was the master of the house. There was abdication in his joy. He was the grandson of his grandson. In the state of joy in which he then was, he was the most venerable of children. In his fear lest he might fatigue or annoy the convalescent, he stepped behind him to smile. He was content, joyous, delighted, charming, young. His white locks added a gentle majesty to the gay radiance of his visage. When grace is mingled with wrinkles, it is adorable. There is an indescribable aurora in beaming old age. As for Marius, as he allowed them to dress his wounds and care for him, he had but one fixed idea: Cosette. After the fever and delirium had left him, he did not again pronounce her name, and it might have been supposed that he no longer thought of her. He held his peace, precisely because his soul was there. He did not know what had become of Cosette. The whole affair of the Rue de la Chanvrerie was like a cloud in his memory. Shadows that were almost indistinct floated through his mind. Éponine, Gavroche, Mabeuf, the Thénardier, all his friends gloomily intermingled with the smoke of the barricade. The strange passage of Monsieur Fauchelevent through that adventure produced on him the effect of a puzzle in a tempest. He understood nothing connected with his own life. He did not know how, nor by whom he had been saved, and no one of those around him knew this. All that they had been able to tell him was, that he had been brought home at night in a hackney coach, to the Rue des Filles du Calvaire. Past, present, future were nothing more to him than the mist of a vague idea. But in that fog there was one immovable point, one clear and precise outline, something made of granite, a resolution, a will, to find Cosette once more. For him the idea of life was not distinct from the idea of Cosette. He had decreed in his heart that he would not accept the one without the other, and he was immovably resolved to exact of any person whatever who should desire to force him to live, from his grandfather, from fate, from hell, the restitution of his vanished Eden. He did not conceal from himself the fact that obstacles existed. Let us here emphasize one detail. He was not won over, and was but little softened by all the solicitude and tenderness of his grandfather. In the first place, he was not in the secret. Then, in his reveries of an invalid, which was still feverish, possibly he distrusted this tenderness as a strange and novel thing, which had for its object his conquest. He remained cold. The grandfather absolutely wasted his poor old smile. Marius said to himself that this was all right so long as he, Marius, did not speak, and let things take their course, but that when it became a question of Cosette, he would find another face, and that his grandfather's true attitude would be unmasked. Then there would be an unpleasant scene, a recrudescence of family questions, a confrontation of positions, every sort of sarcasm and all manner of objections at one and the same time. Fauchelevent, Coupelevent, fortune, poverty, a stone about his neck, the future. Violent resistance, conclusion, a refusal. Marius stiffened himself in advance. And then, in proportion as he regained life, the old ulcers of his memory opened once more. He reflected again on the past. Colonel Pontmercy placed himself once more between M. Gillenormand and him, Marius. He told himself that he had no true kindness to expect from a person who had been so unjust and so hard to his father. And with health there returned to him a sort of harshness toward his grandfather. The old man was gently pained by this. M. Gillenormand, without however allowing it to appear, observed that Marius, ever since the latter had been brought back to him and had regained consciousness, had not once called him father. It is true that he did not say monsieur to him, but he contrived not to say either the one or the other, by means of a certain way of turning his phrases. Obviously a crisis was approaching. As almost always happens in such cases, Marius skirmished before giving battle, by way of proving himself. This is called feeling the ground. One morning it came to pass that M. Gillenormand spoke slightingly of the Convention, apropos of a newspaper which had fallen into his hands, and gave vent to a royalist harangue on Danton, Saint-Just, and Robespierre. The men of '93 were giants, said Marius with severity. The old man held his peace, and uttered not a sound during the remainder of that day. Marius, who had always present to his mind the inflexible grandfather of his early years, interpreted this silence as a profound concentration of wrath, augured from it a hot conflict, and augmented his preparations for the fray in the inmost recesses of his mind. He decided that, in case of a refusal, he would tear off his bandages, dislocate his collar-bone, that he would lay bare all the wounds which he had left, and would reject all food. His wounds were his munitions of war. He would have Cosette or die. He awaited the propitious moment with the crafty patience of the sick. That moment arrived. End of Book 5, Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Book 5 of Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Les Misérables, Volume 5 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 5, Grandson and Grandfather. Chapter 3, Marius Attacked. One day, Monsieur Gillenormand, while his daughter was putting in order the vials and cups on the marble of the commode, bent over Marius, and said to him in his tenderest accent, "Look here, my little Marius, if I was in your place, I would eat meat now in preference to fish. A fried sole is excellent to begin a convalescence with, but a good cutlet is needed to put a sick man on his feet." Marius, who had almost entirely recovered his strength, collected the whole of it, drew himself up into a sitting posture, laid his two clenched fists on the seat of the bed, looked his grandfather in the face, assumed a terrible air, and said, "This leads me to say something to you." "What is it?" "That I wish to marry." Agreed, said his grandfather, and he burst out laughing. How agreed? Yes, agreed. You shall have your little girl. Marius, stunned and overwhelmed with a dazzling shock, trembled in every lip. Monsieur Gillenormand went on. Yes, you shall have her, that pretty little girl of yours. She comes every day in the shape of an old gentleman to inquire after you. Ever since you were wounded, she has passed her time in weeping and making lint. I have made inquiries. She lives in the Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7. Ah, there we have it. Ah, so you want her? Well, you shall have her. You're caught. You had arranged your little plot. You had said to yourself, I'm going to signify this squarely to my grandfather, to that mummy of the Regency and of the Directory, to that ancient beau, to that Durante turned Durante. He has indulged his frivolities also, that he has, and he has had his love affairs, and his grisettes and his cosettes. He has made his rustle. He has had his wings. He has eaten of the bread of spring. He certainly must remember it. Ah, you take that cockchafer by the horns. That's good. I offer you a cutlet, and you answer me, by the way I want to marry. There's a transition for you. Ah, you reckoned on that bickering. You do not know that I'm an old coward. What do you say to that? You are vexed. You did not expect to find your grandfather still more foolish than yourself. You are wasting this discourse which you meant to bestow upon me, Mr. Lawyer, and that's vexatious. Well, so much the worse. Rage away. I'll do whatever you wish, and that cuts you short, imbecile. Listen. I've made my inquiries. I'm cunning, too. She is charming. She is discreet. It is not true about the Lancer. She has made heaps of lint. She is a jewel. She adores you. If you had died, there would have been 3 of us. Her coffin would have accompanied mine. I've had an idea, ever since you have been better, of simply planting her at your bedside. But it is only in romances that young girls are brought to the bedsides of handsome young wounded men who interest them. It is not done. What would your aunt have said to it? You were nude 3/4 of the time, my good fellow. Ask Nicolette, who has not left you for a moment, if there was any possibility of having a woman here. And then what would the doctor have said? A pretty girl does not cure a man of fever. In short, it's all right. Let us say no more about it. All's done. All's said. It is all settled. Take her. Such is my ferocity. You see, I perceived that you did not love me. I said to myself, here now, I have my little Cosette right under my hand. I'm going to give her to him. He will be obliged to love me a little then, or he must tell me the reason why. Ah, so you thought that the old man was going to storm, to put on a big voice, to shout no, and to lift his cane at all that aurora. Not a bit of it. Cosette, so be it. Love, so be it. I ask nothing better. Pray, take the trouble of getting married, sir. Be happy, my well-beloved child. That said, the old man burst forth into sobs, and he seized Marius' head and pressed it with both arms against his breast, and both fell to weeping. This is one of the forms of supreme happiness. Father! cried Marius. Ah, so you love me, said the old man. An affable moment ensued. They were choking and could not speak. At length the old man stammered. Come, his mouth is unstoppable at last. He has said, Father, to me. Marius disengaged his head from his grandfather's arms and said gently, But, father, now that I am quite well, it seems to me that I might see her. Agreed. Again, you shall see her tomorrow. Father! What? Why not today? Well, today then. Let it be today. You have called me father 3 times, and it is worth it. I will attend to it. She shall be brought hither. Agreed, I tell you. It has already been put to verse. It is the ending of the elegy of the Jeune Malade by André Chénier, whose throat was cut by the giants of '93. Monsieur Gillenormand fancied that he had detected a faint frown on the part of Marius, who in truth, as we admit, was no longer listening to him, and who was thinking far more of Cosette than of 1793. The grandfather, trembling at having so inopportunely introduced André Chénier, resumed precipitately. Cut his throat was not the word. The fact is that the great revolutionary geniuses who were not malicious, that is incontestable, who were heroes, pardi, found that André Chénier embarrassed them somewhat, and they had him guillotte. That is to say, those great men on the 7th of Thermidor besought Angers Chenier, in the interests of public safety, to be so good as to go. Monsieur Grimond, clutched by the throat by his own phrase, could not proceed. Being able neither to finish it nor to retract it, while his daughter arranged the pillow behind Marius, who was overwhelmed with so many emotions, the old man rushed headlong, with as much rapidity as his age permitted, from the bedchamber, shut the door behind him, and purple, choking, and foaming at the mouth, his eyes started from his head, he found himself nose to nose with honest Basque, who was blacking boots in the anteroom. He seized Basque by the collar, and shouted full in his face in fury, "By 100,000 Javottes of the devil, those ruffians did assassinate him!" "Who, sir?" "Angers Chenier." "Yes, sir," said Basque in alarm. End of Book 5, Chapter 3.